to the channel. We're here at Heathrow Airport with the PMDG 777-300ER. We're on VATSIM and we're ready to go. It's release day, at least the day that's penciled in for release. So grab a bicky, we'll roll the intro, and then we'll dive into this flight to Athens today. See you in a sec. Alright, let's go. Super excited day today. Everybody's expecting the PMDG 777-300ER to be releasing imminently. Just in the backdrop behind that heavy there is a 777-300ER that's actually off to Athens at the moment. Just going to hide that thing, which is a New Sky aeroplane that's blobbed itself in there. Yeah, we're off to Athens today. As you might have noticed, we've got the catering equipment and the ground equipment all in position around our big twin jet today, and that is because we have got the automatic turnaround, automatic ground operations in use at the moment. So having a little look at that for the very first time and kind of exploring with that. And we are cold and dark as promised the other day with the GPU connected so that we can fire up the systems, listen to some of the announcements or little jingles and bells going off, and we can spend 29 minutes on the ground before pushback exploring this aeroplane and getting ready for our flight today. So as we said, we're on VATSIM network and hopefully remain on that all the way through the day. Badger, welcome. Loads of channel members in the chat. Good to see you. Rab, good to see you as well. And Gav, good evening to you, matey. Welcome. Everyone else in the live chat, wherever you are in the world, it's good to have you on board. If you are enjoying today, and do enjoy today throughout the journey, don't forget to press the thumbs up button, give us a little like. If you're new to the channel, it's great to have you here. Love it if you chose to subscribe at some point today as well, and I thought, yeah, I quite like the content. It's great to have you all here, new and old. So about 3.5 hours flight time today, quite a short one. It is a route that was operated in real life, certainly through COVID and before that, with the 777-200 and occasionally on the 300ER with British Airways as well, which is why we're choosing today's route. And to celebrate its release, we're going to dive into quite a few live streams through the week, running the 777 all around the world, including San Francisco, Auckland, Sydney, all that sort of thing as well. Zato, good to see you living on a player. Doc, good evening. Chris, welcome. Zato, heyo. Let's dive in. There she is. Look at that. If you haven't seen it, I've done a couple of episodes already for like a tutorial series, and on flightsim.to I've uploaded a checklist which hopefully will get you all started. So the latest video went live today at 11:30 AM UK time, so about an hour and a half or so ago, and it covered Autoland in this, which it did very well. So do check those tutorials out if you wish. They've done a really, really nice job of this. And as you can see, we are all on cold and dark at the minute. We've got the GPU connected, and if we look at the Universal Flight tablet, which I've got here at the moment, sticky fingers, I've just been eating some cake, hence the sticky screen. We have got automated ground ops enabled at the moment. We can see the current process of various things, and we've got that air conditioning unit with the pipes underneath as well. So we're going to kind of let that do its thing. We've got 21 minutes or so left. We're just exploring some of the features, really. That's all. Chocks and everything are on, and various ground service vehicles, because of the automated ground ops, get called at different points in the sequence to allow us to just focus on prepping the aircraft for our flight today. And we are all fresh here in Bravo Delta today. I've done one flight with it, Manchester to Heathrow, as a little warm-up for the jet, and this is a Steve Dra painted livery, which is absolutely stunning, and I'd imagine it's going to be released imminently on flightsim.to as well. So let's dive into powering it up. It's going to be on the website. Well, it's on the website at the moment, on the PMDG website, priced at the list price of the real 777. It's something PMDG do, so that's why it's $325 million. That's just something they do prior to its release. When they do press the go switch and actually release the aircraft for everybody to buy and download, the real price will be announced at the same time. It's just one of their little quirky kind of fun bits they like to do on release day. That's all it is. So everything's cold and dark. We've got a GPU available, which is why we have primary external and secondary external power ready. We're going to go battery on, and then we're going to go primary external power on. Wait 3 seconds. And then we're going to turn secondary external power on. And we can also pop the IFE and cabin utility switches to the on position, ADRU on to power the INS, and then we work down. So thrust ASIM comp automatic, primary flight computers are auto guarded. That's all on. APU gen, bus ties auto. APU is currently in the off state. We'll turn it on in a little while. And then we've got the generators all ready to go as well. Left wipers in the off position. Emergency lights armed. Passenger oxygen is off guarded, and we can pop the window heat on. Working down, hydraulics can go to the on position. Add auto for the demand switches, and automatic for passenger seatbelt signs. And then we can set up the aeroplane glare shield and all that for the lights, just to help contrast the brightness of today. Right. Panel number 3, EEC mode norm. We've got auto start on. That's a video coming very soon as well, later today. I've got a video focusing on a few things like auto start to help build your learning on the jet. And currently the fuel pumps are all off with a low pressure light on. Anti-ice automatic nav lights switched on. All the other lights are off. Air conditioning automatic gasper on. Upper and lower recirc fans on. Pax auto, trim air on. Bleed air automatic, left engine on, right engine on, APUs auto pushed in, pressurization systems automatic, right wipers off. And as we just about get round to finishing all of that, the aeroplane should begin to come alive. Making sure as well down here that we've got park brake set. We've got to push the pedals in like the 737 as well, and then make sure all of our levers here, thrust levers and all that sort of stuff, match the position of our actual hardware. Mad Hippo, welcome. Thanks for subscribing, buddy. Justin, good evening, mate. We should get... Just turn the music down. All the systems coming alive. And lots of noises. This is the... There we are, ding ding ding. Flying Panda, welcome. Matthew, good morning. A couple of little chimes in the backdrop. This is the release candidate for today as well. Release candidate 2, which all sounds very promising, doesn't it? So, we're all alive. Let's clear the master warning for now. It's not going to let us, is it? No, of course not. Why would it? And then we're going to look at the UFT. I want it over here, so I'm going to pop that to this bit here. Electronic flight bag. Pop the Navigraph mapping system on, and I'm going to regress the data from SimBrief. David, good afternoon. So that's now pulled our routing in. We're Speedbird 32 Tango, and then we're working all the way down across Coxey, Belgium, all that kind of stuff for our flight today. David, not quite. It's still got April's. I'm just going to check. Make sure we've got kilograms in Celsius. We do. And, oh, that's a point. I want to make sure we've got service base failures switched on. Lovely. I like it to have a bit of wear and tear. So, FMC. Those of you with a Navigraph subscription, I'd imagine it'll take a week or so. Maybe less than that, but they will no doubt have a package like the 737. Big Phil, welcome. To get that up to date. So we're going to copy that, pop it in the bottom, and then we're going to go Echo Golf Lima Lima, the reference airport, and we are at stand 554. Should double check that. 2554. Route. So now this is where, if I just pop that back over there, we've currently got 14.1 tons of fuel on board. nowhere near enough. We need 31 ton. And actually, if we look at the ground operations, the automated ground ops, fueling hasn't even begun yet. So all of this is just ticking up as we're getting everything prepped. What we can do though is kind of bypass it. So if you think, you know what, this is all going on a bit too long and I don't want the pushback to begin to commence, just try and move out of that sun there in 15 minutes, what you can do is press short, press long, crew custom to off, and everything will vanish, except for the little bits that were left, like the cargo stuff, which we can then release using the ground service vehicles. We'll do that in a little while. What I want you to do is kind of watch this total fuel quantity at the top here. We're going to go route request, Simbrief route Heathrow to Athens, cruise altitude and our cost index is correct, they're alternate Thessaloniki, and the zero fuel weight estimate of 194.3 tons, block fuel 31, looking good. We're going to set payload. That's now going to load up the passengers and the cargo, matching the Simbrief profile. Set fuel on the top there, 14.1. If I click this, bam, 31 tons. Give it nice and heavy. Although in reality not that heavy for this jet, let's face it. Got to pop those collars across. I'm just going to press B to get the local QNH automatically set. And with payload and fuel ready, we can press select route. And it's now going to request that data link from Simbrief via the Universal Flight Tablet to feed all of this stuff into the FMS. Willie, welcome. Oh yeah, this is great. How's that, Christopher? Hopefully the music's not too loud. I've turned it down for you. Big Phil, welcome, says, hey, this is making me want to reset my rig back to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Portuga's saying, do you know what time the 777 is going to be released for purchase? Not yet. They've suggested on the official forums that we might be looking at any time after 1500 UTC, which is 4 PM UK time currently. So, which means it's 3 hours away. By the time we land at Athens, hopefully it's being released, let's face it. That'd be quite good, wouldn't it? And then you guys can party into the night. There's the route uplink. We're going to press load. Robert, welcome. And we should see route page kind of start to expand a little bit there as well. Awesome Pigeon, welcome. There we go, look, 4 pages now. Nice, that's what we want to see. And we're going to activate that, execute. And then it already also feeds in the descent forecast, the wind data for our routes, and our performance init page, which is also the next page. So we're going to go perf init. We're going to press accept. And that's going to load in everything that we've got preset, because most of it is actually bang on the money. So if I looked at my FinRes plus alternate is 8.0 tons basically, so that's what we want. Cost index matches that of our plan. The cruise altitude needs to just change. We'll just amend that to 390, and then we can press that button there, and it will load in our zero fuel weight and therefore also our current gross weight for the aeroplane as well, which is 225.3. Thrust limitations, then this is going to go into our performance, but we're not quite ready for that yet. What we want to do is go to the legs page. We're going to go route data, wind data load. Throughout the day as well, you might see in the live chat there's a link mentioning a bit of a charity raffle. I'm basically giving away my Turtle Beach Velocity 1 flight yoke to somebody who wins that raffle. So you click the link, it's £10 per ticket, and some of the money goes to the NFRSA, which is a charity in the UK which helps look after and give a good retirement to retired service animals. So feel free to click that when it does come through on the Nightbot kind of timer thing, and explore that if it's something that perhaps is of interest. It's a really good system, and it is my system, so I've used it a little bit, but it's been sat in the box now for 5-6 months. That's done. Climb profile looks good. Cruise 390. And the descent page, we can go to the forecast and we can load that uplink as well. That'll do for now. Alrighty, so what do we got? Let's have a look at our air traffic control. We've got approach, which is on 119er. 730. Pop that in the box down there. So we can go on to the frequency. We're not sure of the price yet. That will be announced soon.
American 101, push that approved, face to the west.
Let's get our clearance and then we can deal with the actual SIDS and stars and things. What have we got here? We've got information. Hotel. Pilots are reminded that data link clearances are not available for Compton departures. Right, let's try and get...
GN3 Lima Golf, Heathrow Director, hello, BWT5. GN3 Lima Golf with you, stand 225 information hotel, request to Athens. GN3 Lima Golf, thanks. Clear to Athens, Detlink 1 Juliet, squawk 60.
Oh, does anyone know what the data link call sign is for London Heathrow or Heathrow Director?
6016, GN3 Lima Golf. GN3 Lima Golf,
Com. Because we can maybe try and get our clearance through this. Information hotel.
Virgin 449, Fred, no further ATC, set Unicom, 122.8, bye bye.
Free checks, clearance request. So I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get that sorted out.
Speedbird 54 Whiskey 5 November Bravo 11, runway 09 right.
We can faff around with that another time, because I can't find his call sign. Let's get the engine page back up. Yeah, Hoppy's in there. Anyway, we've got information hotel. Heathrow Director, good afternoon. Speedbird 32 Tango Heavy, stand 554 with hotel. QNH 1016, request clearance to Athens, please. Boeing 777-300.
Speedbird 32 Tango Heathrow Director, good afternoon. Clear to Athens, Detlink 1 Juliet, squawk 5230.
Good afternoon, cleared Athens, Detlink 1 Juliet, and squawk 5230, Speedbird 32 Tango Heavy.
Speedbird 32 Tango, read back correct.
Lovely. So, 5230.
Heathrow Director, hello, Antonov 429 Super at stand 616. Looking for hyper clearance to Athens with information hotel. Aircraft is an Antonov.
That's good, that's set.
Antonov 429, Heathrow Director, good afternoon. Clear to Athens, Detlink 1 Juliet.
Yeah, it should maybe be EGLL, but I can't quite 100% work it out. You can click the pin on the left, yes, which is also a texture which people can fiddle around with on...
Antonov 429, read back correct.
There you go. On textures, so you can put your own airline texture and all that kind of stuff on there if you wish as well, which is quite snazzy. Right, departures and arrivals. We've got 09 right for departure, Detlink 1 Juliet. Execute the change. It's a nice straight approach actually with London on the left hand side. Just going to clear that warning there. It says enable next altitude. It might be referring to the 3000 above, but we'll find out. We will set 6000 in the box. We click up there just to change it to 1000s, and we also want to set our runway heading for 09 right, which is 089 degrees. .089. We can pop the auto brake to RTO as well. So I think we're pretty much there, minus the departure stuff, the performance calculations. So we'll put the tablet back there. Maybe daylight is a bit easier for people to see. There we go. And we're going to go to the performance tool. Heathrow 090 right. Import from aircraft, import weather.
Seabird 54 Whiskey, report patching altitude please, and time now, flight level 180.
And it's given us this, so flap 5.
Passing 2,500.
The centre of gravity in, and we're on the thrust limitation page, cell temper 45. We can go takeoff profile 2, which is also saying TO2, which clears cell. We just have to put that back in again. Yeah, well, I'm starting to think I would like to find a way to kind of turn the hand off or make it vanish. But to be fair, when you're kind of focused on everything in the FMS and looking at the tablet, you don't really notice it as much as you might think. Once you start using it a little bit more, you might find that actually you don't notice it too much either. 157 for V2, much like the 787, we'll set that 157 because the aeroplane will automatically target plus 10 for that. Okay, so we've got routes all complete, init ref, all the performance pages, everything's done. And we've checked our routes. We're looking for Detling to Dover, no discontinuities there. Oh, right. Should we go for a walk? Spend a few minutes on the ground, having a little look around the aeroplane. There's lots of little things all dotted around, which is quite nice.
And Osprey 722 stands for your request push start.
Osprey 722, roger, stand by 1.
Doctors, can you compare the takeoff calculation with the one included in sim brief?
Affirmative,
We've got to keep those doors open just to have a little bit of assistance with keeping it cool.
Push start approved.
To our corporation, someone's a Blade Runner fan. Yeah. It does say, explore the cabin and see what you can find. There are, as usual, as you would expect, a couple of little Easter eggs from the folks at PMDG. A lot of the custom liveries will have their own in-flight entertainment screens. And the cabin lighting is automatic, it's quite dynamic, so throughout the flight, we're a daytime flight today, they'll have boarding lighting all set up ready. For departure they might turn the lights down and then back up again for the, what do you call it, the in-flight service, all that sort of thing. You'll also see after takeoff the curtain dividers will be closed, so much like in real life they'll basically separate the cabins using the curtains, which is quite cool. Ian, I know, don't worry about it, it's because we've turned off the automatic ground operations and made them all vanish. Primo, I've been loving it. I think this is about my 6th flight now in this. I can't stop flying it, it's so exciting. Justin's asking about Osprey Airways liveries. Yep. That will be coming soon. Tapsy's just waiting on the release so he can then begin painting. Look how vast this cabin is. I remember being cabin crew in the back here when I was at BA for a little while, and I actually found that you just felt like you kept going and going and going and going in this aeroplane. It's so vast. Imagine what GSX will look like when when they've started putting passengers into the aeroplane, haven't they? It's gonna be horrendous when they try and get around to putting it into this. Yeah, it goes all the way to the back. Not quite a British Airways galley configuration at the back here, but it is what it is. But hopefully we'll get an Osprey Airways flight done, or livery done ASAP if Tapsy gets access to it. There's the 2 seats A and Bs on the corners at the end. And the crew rest on the left hand side. There's the big old fat galley. Big boy. And we will have a little fiddle with Hoppies en route and see if we can get anything working. I might have to put in I might have to put it back in again, or regenerate a new key or something, because I've not used ACARS in a very long time. It may well be my Poppies is deactivated. If you go through the door for Crew Rest Atlas, then that's not modelled. It's actually a restricted area on the aircraft, so you know, sensibly I suppose they haven't really included it. Some of the other things we will notice, the doors will arm and disarm based on the setting in the Universal Flight Tablet. So some of them are already armed. As you can see, the handle is armed. If I was to go and disarm that one now, we will see that handle repositioned towards the green area. Yeah, big, vast aeroplane. I've set up a load of custom views for today as well. So there's one overlooking the wing. Oh, it's an A350, lovely. There's one just outside the same location. One over the wing. Internal with the cabin, and then we go to the other side of the aeroplane like so. Fat GE90s, I love those engine options, so good. And then this one, which is going to show you how much wing flex there is. So note the position of the wing now, and we'll have a little look after takeoff for the wing flex on the aeroplane. But it is worth noting that this view counts in MSFS as an internal view, so the sounds are going to be really weird when I do snap across to this view, but it's just to show you the wing flex, which is stunning on this as well if it bounces around. Gamba, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. GSX integration, it's seemingly working quite nicely. Mike Oliver, welcome, mate. Certainly those of you familiar with the 787 will be quite comfortable with this. We are there.
I'm now level 170, passing 1000.
London Heathrow was. Yeah, lovely job. So we're going to go FMC, legs for 2. And flight directors can go on. Captains first, then the FOs. LNAV, VNAV, auto throttle system is already armed for left and right. And we've got the QNH 1016 and the transponder set 5230 to the overhead panel. Let's get the APU started.
Taxi Victor Sierra 11, that's my 722.
How much does the APU, sorry, how much does the 777 cost? We don't know yet, mate. We don't know. It will be coming soon. And we should probably start to close all those up. Oh, there's been some various predictions of the price of this aeroplane, to be fair. You notice the back of the tail there. Can't really see it all that well, actually, on that angle. Let me just move around. Welshie, they never announce the price beforehand. It's something PMDG has never really done. There you go. The APU intake popped open there. It will go through like a self-test function, and then it will start to fire up. Ventugator, I didn't go to FS Expo in the end. I had to cancel the trip. You know what we haven't checked? Although we have got some fresh tyres, fresh kicks, fresh brakes. That noise. I can see the brake pins. Oh, look at that. Big boy. And there's the air conditioning noise as well. There's the intakes, actually. Well, that's the not the intakes. What's the other word for intake? Exhaust. Jan, welcome. There we go. Let's have a little look at this big boy. So good. Alright, we've all been waiting long enough. There's another 777-300ER. Love it.
18-3, Lima Golf, requesting taxi for a November Bravo age intersection if possible. 18-3, Lima Golf, Roger.
Let's get the jetty removed, close all the doors properly. APU's now fired up.
Bravo, hold November Bravo 8, 18-3, Lima Golf.
And you can see the secondary external power is now disconnected. We can also remove the primary external power. Oscar, welcome. And what do we got here? So, ground operations, release all, door management. So, yellow is something that's in action, i.e. those doors are now closing. Entry one left we can close as well. There it is, we've manually done that. We can close entry 2 left.
Heathrow approach, good afternoon, Speedbird 301, flight level 170, descending by the...
And we can arm all the doors, so actually,
321, Heathrow Director, good
if we go to
information
this,
hotel is current, when ready,
the
descend
door just here, yes, perfect.
Information hotel is current, descending flight level 80, Speedbird 301.
Slight delay to our pushback, but it's worth it.
Heathrow Director,
There's the disarmed mode selector there. For the door,
Ryanair
door 2 left.
175, thanks, left on Yankee, hold November Bravo 11.
We'll arm all those doors. We will also, where's the ground service vehicles? Ground connection, sorry. Jetway connection, release. Air conditioning unit, release. Ground power unit, release. And we're going to get GSX fired up. It does work quite well with this. Prepare for pushback and departure. I'm going to just remove the chocks for now, which will inhibit a lot of the other stuff. So,
301, leave Lambourne, heading to 65. Leave Lambourne, 65, Speedbird 301.
let's have a quick look at the door again.
Osprey 72, just holding position, just got a control issue.
There it is, armed.
Osprey 72, roger, not a problem.
Perfect.
No one behind,
So that's something that's simulated in the backdrop as well.
Thank you very much.
Just gives you a little bit more of an immersive feel inside the aeroplane. So that's all good. We'll get the ground pin. Let's get our checklists up. Oxygen. We didn't do that earlier. Have a quick sniff. And we'll do all of that. So heading, altitude, altimeters, speeds, everything's all set. We can then go to, before start checks, flight deck door, closed and locked. Lock punters out. We've done the MCP, EV2 heading track altitude, takeoff speeds are checked and already inserted, CV pre-flight is sorted, trim units 00. Aileron trim we saw earlier was 0 as well. Taxi takeoff briefing completed, and then we'll pop the beacon light on, which will automatically calculate. Let's brief that departure. So, terminal 5C, push start face south, out onto Bravo or Alpha, depending on what the controller gives us, and then we're going to use full length down to November Bravo 10 to depart 09 right, heading just south of London, initially out 120 degrees, then 102, 6,000 feet towards the Detling VOR, nice straight line for us, and then our route's going to take us all the way across Europe like so.
Now 49, stand 616, push start approved, face north.
So I'm just going to get rid of that,
Push start approved, facing
and
north.
we're going to put the beacon light on, like so, and you'll notice some of the checklist items will automatically then resolve themselves. We're going to go engine. The emissives on this are stunning as well. Look at those beacon lights. The one underneath the belly of the aeroplane reflecting the concrete underneath. Jan, yes, it's a real world route's been done.
Speedbird 772, reback correct.
And either director, Speedbird 32 Tango stand 554's fully ready, request push start.
Speedbird 32 Tango stand 554, push start approved, and caution there's company traffic pushing from the opposite side, but you should be well clear.
Roger, we'll try and avoid the traffic and push start approved. Speedbird 32 Tango heavy, thanks. Facing south on Charlie.
Director off base 722, I've got an unrecoverable control error, I'll disconnect. Thanks to the ATC.
Osprey 722, roger, not a problem, next time.
Here we go.
Speedbird 566 hotel. Push and start is approved still, but caution, there's company traffic pushing back from stand 542, opposite side.
Also be aware of the company pushing
Might be that one there.
See where practice is here.
Look at that.
Ryanair 1759.
This is one aeroplane that I've been so excited for.
We're
So-
passing
I love the 777.
800.
It's taken me around the world to some beautiful places.
Ryanair 1759, climb now, flight level 80.
There's the turn.
80 for Ryanair 1759.
And we'll go into the cabin.
Bravo 8, runway 09, right, clear for takeoff, surface wind variable at 3 knots. From November Bravo, clear for takeoff.
The landing rate thing is that there. It's a widget from flightsim.to for Parallel 42 Flow Pro.
240 degrees, 1759.
Flight Decker, no, this is by Steve Drar, one of the PMDG beta testers. Really cool guy. Makes some beautiful paints. He sent it to me for the purpose today. Not sure about price, plain autism. Anytime after 1500Z. Okay, so we're going to use auto start. We also need to make sure the pumps are on. And just want to have a little look, see if we've got anything in the centre tanks actually. They're empty. Make sure the engine page is back on. So the centre pumps can stay off. Auto starts on, we're going to run left first. So, start left, down to the bottom, fuel control lever to run. And then we'll just enjoy
1759,
pushback.
Contact Cabin Director 126.825.
Ian, yeah, I'm on New Sky as well.
Cabin Director 126.825, 1759. Bye bye, thank you, STC.
Cookie, have I seen the AU380 video? Not just yet, no. I do need to watch that though. That's set. Just sort my seat out. My ATS, yeah, the tablet can be moved around. We've been kind of moving it around a fair bit already. Engine 2.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Start. Throw the fuel in. Auto start will manage it for us. That noise. Bit of good luck there, Rab. Justin, I've got the Boeing TCA yoke from Thrustmaster. Though if I'm honest, I've had nothing but problems with it recently. I'm starting to think that it's actually not built that well. One that I've actually purchased myself, it has been sent to me. But you'll notice when we do the control surface checks, if I go forwards on the stick, see that little aileron wiggle there? That's the yoke. Really weird. And the only way to solve that is to give it another bit of a kick left and right, which helps anyway because we're doing the control surface checks next.
Director, very good afternoon.
Engines are both good. Checklists. We are going to go. Brake sets. Trim 5.0. Oop, wrong way. This is a release candidate build. Well, yeah. 5, that sets aileron trim 0, rudder trim 0, flaps 5, auto brake RTO, that's also on our VNAV, auto thrust.
And Antonov 49 Super, ready for taxi.
Going to do a recall of any warnings, and flight controls, ground equipment's clear.
Roger, Lima and Sierra
full takeoff would be next.
Antonov 49 Super.
Flaps 5, when it gets there that'll automatically populate And we also want now the BA safety demonstration running in the
Victor
background.
approach,
Free from the
Seabird
look at
6 area taxi, currently on taxiway, Charlie.
Speedbird 566 Hotel, thanks.
Well, that's running.
Charlie, right on Alpha, and hold a Hawker.
Flow down each column.
We will now demonstrate
So
the
could you
safety
please
Sure we're
be
happy with
last?
everything.
Your attention is essential,
And
as this
Speedbird
may differ from
566
any
Hotel,
aircraft
right
you
on
have flown
Alpha,
on before.
and hold at Hawker.
What?
Of course,
Jolly
our attention
good.
is not what it used to be.
By the right on Alpha and hold on Hawker. Please verify the tickets.
We're ready.
Speedbird 37 uniform, please begin heading 275.
which have smoke detectors.
Just begin 275.
I'm going to put my seatbelt on.
370, uniform.
I had a banana.
Right, that.
3 Liver Golf, there's no further ATC, so Liver Golf 122, decimal 8, bye-bye.
Taking off, mum.
Taking off, Max, by 3 Liver Golf.
Must be with 32 Tango, request taxi.
Speedbird 32 Tango, follow the company head, right on Alpha, hold a Hawker.
Follow the company right Alpha, hold Hawker, Speedbird 32 Tango.
I wasn't feeling that story anyway.
Please unplug your devices
Brakes.
from the socket. They must also be switched off and unplugged when not being used during the flight.
Flight controls.
If you lose your device within the seat,
Fully right, watch the deflections, back to neutral.
After 09 left, descend to altitude 3000
All the way left, back to neutral. That's going to be Zato in the Antonov 225 that's displayed as an A380, I think. Fully forwards. There's my little weird control wiggle again with my kit that's a bit broken, and I've got to force the rudders a little bit as well.
Continue taxi, hold November
signs are on. You know what this needs?
Continue taxi, Hoodney, November, Bravo 11. Seabird 560.
Like this, and opened like this.
If you're sitting in one of our first or Club World seats with a shoulder strap, please ensure that this is also attached for takeoff and landing.
Got to try and get my taxi charts out very quickly.
And opened
Hawker.
Speedbird 301, turn left heading 255.
We recommend that you keep the
Left heading
Left's
255.
clear, and right's clear. We follow that company 777-300ER.
The cabin air supply fails.
This taxi's nicely on idle, by the way. The cabin announcements, Harry's Aviation, is at lukeairtle.net. For those, matey.
Antonov 4295011, runway 09 right, just take off.
Got the seatbelt signs on properly. Taxi technique, covered this in a tutorial. Push the nose wheel.
3 Tango, continue taxi, hold November Bravo 10.
Continue taxi, hold November Bravo 10, Speedbird 32 Tango.
Your life jacket is underneath or beside your seat.
Speedbird 566 Hotel, behind
Robert,
the North
not really, no. Faintly,
November Bravo 11.
depending on what volume they've been set up as, with the cabin crew in the back.
So say it again for Seabird
You off?
560.
Speedbird 566 Hotel, behind the departing Antonov.
But it's just a nice little bit for you guys watching.
November Bravo 11, line up 09 right, behind.
please do not inflate your life jacket until you are outside the aircraft.
Also behind traffic, run up on wave 1 way 09.
It's almost ready for takeoff.
Seabird 526.
Crosswind there, tip of the wing.
To evacuate, move quickly to the nearest usable exit, taking nothing with you. Low-level lighting will guide you to an exit.
All exits are clearly marked and are being pointed out to you now.
There's our cabin ready chime
Your nearest exit.
from the crew, so they've told us now the cabin's secure.
Opening the doors automatically inflates the evacuation slides.
Oh, high heel shoes must be taken
2
off,
clicks for good
as
luck.
they may tear the
If it's
slide.
3 clicks, it's like the grenade thing in James Bond.
For taxi, takeoff, and landing.
Please
We
note
don't
the
want
red
that.
handle in the club suite is for emergency use only.
In the unlikely event of an emergency,
Right, traffic mode is on.
please refer to the
Weather
instructions
radar
inside your
is
seat area.
on.
Please now check your seat is in
Do
the
ours
takeoff
left
position
and
with
right.
the armrest down.
Anytime after 1500Z for release.
Speedbird 301, turn left heading 1803.
Too heavy on the brakes there.
If you have a footstool or a video screen, please do these now.
All this important
Speedbird
information
301,
can
turn
be
left
found
heading
on your safety
180
card
degrees.
in your seat area.
Left heading
This
180
includes
degrees,
brace
baseline
positions.
This is the brace position.
Speedbird 32 Tango, hold
If
November
your
Bravo
seat is
10,
fitted with a shoulder
behind the
strap,
departing
you
company
must dot
777,
this
departing
position.
to the full length, November Bravo
Please have a
10,
good
line
look
up
at your
09
safety
right,
card
behind.
before we depart.
Hold November Bravo 10, and then after the company traffic departs, line up and wait 09 right behind. Speedbird 32 Tango heavy.
Thank you for your attention.
We hope you have a pleasant flight.
Here we go, I'm so excited to be sharing this with you guys.
Whoever you see,
Fine now, flight level 180.
What a beautiful jet.
each other.
We are now passing 1,300 Antonov 49 should
Yeah, Mr. Safe right here.
It's nice to see another one there. That must be one of the tech team or the one of the beta testers, giving you guys a bit of an extra bonus tease. Right, strobes on. We've cleared to depart, or cleared to line up behind. Checklists. After takeoff.
Good afternoon. Information India is current. When ready, descend flight level 80.
And we're going to make sure that transponder is all the way across.
Speedbird 6 Juliet, Mike Squawk 7303.
7303.
When this 777 is near release, when do you actually say heavy, Adam's saying? So first comms with a new controller, say heavy. If you think you might need to just remind them after a little while that you're heavy, then it's good to do that as well. And do you remember when we had the doors armed for departure?
Hotel, surface wind 350 degrees, 4 knots.
Gives us that little memo there as well. He's cleared.
Okay, for takeoff, runway 09 right, speed bear 527.
Oh, so cool. Maybe 2.5 hours, Stan. Okay, brakes off. And we'll line up.
Speedbird 965 Hotel, Heathrow Director, good afternoon. Information India, when ready, descend flight level 90.
There's another heavy. Yeah, it's in relation to kind of weight turbulence and all that sort of stuff.
301, descent altitude 2,000 feet.
With departure. Good old FSLTL doing weird stuff.
Not 49, afraid there's no further ATC. Says Unicom 122.8. Bye bye.
We don't need to rush to line up. We can just take our time getting everything set. We've got to be
Speedbird 566.
quite confident everything's ready to go.
Climb down, flight level 180.
We're going to extend over that centre line.
Passing 2000, climb flight level 180.
Actually, it's more in the sense of that weight turbulence.
Speedbird 301, surface wind 350 degrees, 4 knots, runway 09 left, clear to land.
And then full tiller deflection, just as the nose tickles over the edge.
Juliet Mike, speed 250 knots, or great jog conversion.
And we'll start to line up.
Speedbird 969, hotel on conversion, speed 250 knots. Speedbird 37 uniform, 25 miles, 09 left.
Part brake set.
Altitude 3,000 feet, QNH 1016.
Just going to move away slightly so we can enjoy good climb out drone camera view in a moment.
Shuttle 12 Whiskey, stand 506 with India A319, requesting tickets.
Shuttle 12 Whiskey, Director, good afternoon. Clear to Newcastle, Old Tip 1 Juliet, Squawk 6465.
Right, Jerry, welcome, mate. Those of you who like to use the chrono as well, you can start it there, but I tend to not bother with it.
Shuttle 12 Whiskey, be back correct. Just confirm stand number, please.
Should we stand 506, Shuttle 12 Whiskey.
Shuttle 12 Whiskey, thank you. Speedbird 772, push start approved, face to the south. Speedbird 32 Tango, surface wind 350 degrees, 4 knots, runway 09 right, clear for takeoff.
09 right, clear for takeoff, Speedbird 32 Tango. Okay, let's set power from the outside. 40%.
Speedbird 969 Hotel, thank you, leave level 1 heading 265. Speedbird 566.
Brakes off. Toga.
Roger, Unicom 12.8, Speedbird 566, for ATC.
Speed's alive. Power set. Very small crosswind. 80 knots. Both hands on the yoke. V1 rotate. V2. Continuing the rotation. Up to the flight director, nice and smooth. Positive rate. Gear up. Let's go. 777 release day. Look at that climb out. Yeehaw. Autopilot engaged. With the wings level. Auto brakes off. Runway turn off lights can go off.
3 Tango, report passing altitude please. Climb now, flight level 90.
Passing 2,000 feet, climb now, flight level 90, speed 3 Tango. Couple of presses, and we're through flaps 5 already.
Speedbird 301, welcome to Heathrow. Take the second right on Bravo. Link 54, stand 5.
Wing flex, that's reminded me. What are we? Speed's good, flaps up.
Second right onto Bravo, link
0.
54 and stand 5.
Look at that wing flex, folks. Oh! They've nailed that. It's so good. There's the City of London in the background as well. What a departure.
America 101, squawk 6322.
And then we go to the back. Completely different sound. Really good. Personally, I love the soundscape in this. Bring this round. I know it's something that's been a bit 50-50 with a lot of people. Didn't hear that. Is that for me?
Speedbird 37 uniform, turn right
No.
within 360 degrees.
Forward.
Right, 360, Speedbird 37 uniform.
Speedbird 32 Tango, climb flight level 180.
Climb flight level 180, speed 3 Tango.
American 101.
Clear that final constraint there.
Approved, face to the west.
Face to the west, American 101.
KLM 226.
Yeah, sounds very, they're very subjective, aren't they? So what I really love, someone else might not. Otherwise, we'd all like the same music, wouldn't we? We'd all love a bit of Taylor Swift, and we'd all be Swifties.
Repeat shift, please.
Bring that
KLM
out.
226. It's the Brookman's Park 6 Juliet, Bravo Papa Kilo 6 Juliet, and squawk 2047.
Let's put the landing lights off.
Bravo Echo
Otherwise I'll forget them through 10. I'm hoping.
KLM 226, correct, and squawk 2047.
Squawk 2046.
Somebody play the EastEnders theme tune.
2047, 2047.
Squawk 2047, KLM 226.
KLM 226, correct, brakes, Speedbird 37 uniform, turn right, heading 060 degrees, once established, localized 0 on the left, descend with the glide path.
060, when established, 7 Speedbird 37 uniform.
Speedbird 32 Tango, Fraser's no further ATC, Unicorn 122, definitely, bye-bye.
Unicorn 1228, Speedbird 32 Tango. Thanks, ATC, have a good day.
Yeah.
It's Unicorn through 10, aircraft's accelerating, landing lights off, seatbelt signs to automatic, which will then turn them off in the cabin. Let's go and see. There they go. It's a bit of dynamic cabin lighting there as well. And grab your headphones. We'll start the in-flight entertainment. Gibbo Island, welcome. Really cool. Don't like that bit of music, let's change it. I'll put screenshots onto Volanta as well for those of you who like to track. I'll put them onto our Discord and a couple of them onto a few other bits. It's worth saying, Jonah, with Hitesh saying there, the climb performance is crazy. It is, isn't it? It's really impressive. That's because actually we're flying a short route for this. If we were heavy and we were flying, say, Heathrow to Los Angeles, for example, we would need to have a much smoother climb, and we would need to step climb the aeroplane as well. So if we're super heavy, the aeroplane would quite happily climb to the mid 35 or mid 30,000s, flight level 330, 34, 350, that kind of altitude. But then we would need to burn more fuel off to climb higher. and that's where step climbs become really key in this. For those of you who want to do long haul but without having to sit for 12 hours monitoring stuff, there is a time acceleration feature and an auto cruise function in this, which allows you to just allow it to kind of speed itself up, and you'll compress all that time. Checklists again. So after takeoff, checks complete, and then it's going to be descent later, so that's good. Let's clear that. $1,500 UTC is any time after that 9-bit dog for release. Oops, 18,000, silly me. Let's keep it going. 390. Too busy nattering, aren't we? Steve Jar, welcome, mate. Our painter for today in this lovely rendition of Bravo Delta. I was hunting for it on the apron at Heathrow the other week. Couldn't find it. Look at that. Hopefully you guys are all super excited, as I was the other day when I had an email from PMDG saying it's in my account, ready for previews. Literally, I was so buzzing, it was so exciting. This is one of those aeroplanes that I've been holding on out for a long time, and it's as good as I hoped it would be. Lurch's Gaming, Vikesh, welcome guys, good to see you both. What's the warning sign on the toilet door? Big Phil is asking. Which warning sign, mate? There's that really stunning wing flex as well. Again, I'll just sit there. That is such a gentle bounce. It's almost like if you're kind of staring at it, you can imagine the airflow over the airframe, over the wings, and you can kind of imagine what it's actually doing. You know, the physics of it. Really, really good. Look at that. Little right turn. Luton, I think, looks bang on. I saw a freshly painted 777-300 the other day at the airport, and it looks really good. No vaping, Big Phil. Said no smoking, no vaping. Steve, where's this livery going to be available, matey? It's not going to be on the. It's not going to be in the ops centre, is it? It's going to be on flightsim.to, right? There's that cabin. So now we're airborne. They've closed the cabin. Front to back. There's that sign, Big Phil. No smoking, no vaping. Daffy Duck, there's quite a few liveries included. If you haven't seen it, I've actually covered that in the preview video I did the other week. And if you are wondering, I've got episode 1, 2, 3, 4 out already for tutorials to help you learn how to fly the jet with a bit of ease, without all the overcomplications and lots of gumph that get thrown at us when we're trying to learn these aeroplanes sometimes. What I've done is I've tried to keep it nice and simple and help each tutorial episode basically builds on the last. So episode 1 starts cold and dark at Manchester for a flight to Heathrow. It's all about sim brief, flight plan, input, how to pull it out of sim brief into the aeroplane, all the way through to engine start. Episode 2 covers taxi, takeoff and climb. Episode 3 ticks off descent and ILS approach, all the way through to shutdown after landing. Episode 4 went live today at 11:30 AM UK time, and that is all about auto land, which this does really well. Definitely worth checking that out, it's really cool. And then episode 5, which goes live a little bit later on today, hopefully just after the PMDG 777 actually releases, and it goes back to a couple of the previous episodes and builds on those a bit more. So it talks about auto start that we did a little earlier on. It talks about various other things as well, like how to input holds and how to, it's really important, manually select or set speed restrictions or speed only restrictions in a VNAV descent, which this can't do without an altitude. So I'll show you how to do that in the episode going live today. Love how the soundscape just gently blends up the cabin and down the cabin. I've also put a free checklist which you can all download on flightsim.to just to help prompt you if you might be missing something in flight and you're under a bit of pressure. You can have a little look at that just to kind of remind you, and that is on flightsim.to. Just search 777 checklist. You should be able to see it there somewhere. The British Avgeek 777 summarised playlist checklist. And yeah, there's going to be an Osprey Airways livery. We mentioned it earlier on, but just in case you're tuning in, for our virtual airline pilots amongst us, we'll have that paint scheme sorted, hopefully ASAP. It's going to be available to purchase anytime after 1500 UTC today, pilots Bishara, unless something imminently changes or happens which causes a delay to the release. But at this late stage, I think we probably would have been advised by old Captain Randazzo. Look at that. Oh. Really cool. Wing flex just tickling away. Just see a little bit of bounce. Yeah, Justin, we've got New Sky all ready to go. So New Sky itself is already prepped for the PMDG 777. We've also added a whole load of those into various bases. So we've got a load of them at Everett waiting to be delivered from Boeing to Manchester, Gatwick and Heathrow. Some of the routes that we've generated via the schedule system is via the oh, look at that. Oh, chuffing neck. Let's see how close we get. Can we outclimb him? Yeah, let's try. Let's go to 280. Just increase that rate of climb. It's so hot here at the moment. Crikey. Uncomfortably close. I'm trying to just very quickly work out who that is. I think it's Zato. No way he's going this high and fast in the Antonov. Zato, what's your cruise altitude, buddy? Might stop climb at 370, just work this out. Light side, no, this is a separate product, doesn't require any additional things in MSFS. You're flight level 330? You can't be. Who's that then? Oh, let's have a little look before we get too close. Distance, filter 1.8, Speedbird 566 Hotel. Speedbird 566 Hotel from Speedbird 32 Tango. What's your cruise altitude, please, buddy?
Our cruise altitude is flight level 370.
Roger. I'm just up your chuff. I'll vector outbound a little bit.
Roger, yeah, I can see that.
Where's he flying to? I can almost see what he's had for lunch. Anyway, we get to do another sexy flyby of the 777-300ER there. Nice. It is. I'm going. It's a little nod to my DCS. He's flying to Athens as well. Good. I should have gone left actually, because we're about to converge probably onto through Coxey. So if I go legs to direct 2, I'm going to go Sixka and replace that, and then we're going to go LNAV. It goes back to manage mode for 390, sorry, and you should now be just slightly below us. Oh hey! Let's see if I can get a real snazzy picture before we break off too much. Ben, Vivi, welcome mates. Good to see you. Loads of people in the chat today. It's good to have you all on board. Hopefully you're all enjoying this. How's that for a screen grab? Yes, very nice. Kweku, hello mate. Look at that, got you in there. Very nice. Bit of formation flying. I thought you said your cruise was flight level 370. You look like you're leveled. That says you're 600 below, which is odd. You're not in the Captain Sim 777, are you? Little bit of coffin corner. So, let's see. Cabin lights are currently off by the looks of it. I do love the cabin here. Look at this. We're all going to be monitoring that PMDG website, so yeah, super exciting. And hopefully I will be able to show you guys what's all going wrong in Kenya. Crikey. Yeah, I'll be able to try kind of tell you guys when it's going to launch. Steve Drar, it's like almost like you know when it's going to actually release. Skizzy, how are the frames per second? Good question, mate. So, those of you familiar with the PMDG 737, it's a bit difficult for me to assess really, because I've got the RTX 4090 and I've got a really powerful CPU, 64 gig of DDR5 RAM and all that kind of stuff. I'm blessed with a very powerful computer, but I've found performance very similar to that of the 737. So it's really smooth, really, really good. We're on Unicom, but I'm going to try and see if I can solve this. I've definitely got it loaded in. OPI ID is valid. Menu. There's your auto cruise button and the cabin lights as well. You can put it manual if you want, but you can currently see it's at half, and that will just simulate things throughout the flight. PMDG setup. I'm obviously doing something probably wrong there with that. But we don't have anything on at the moment that can provide us with any ATC, so it is what it is. There's another jet. just faintly see the contrails there. Kweku is there. It's gone via Coxie. You can move the UFT to a couple of different locations. So there's a click spot here. So you can pop it there on a suction cup if you want to. You'll notice though that you won't then be able to use the blinds because the blinds can't. They'll clash with the position of the tablet. You can pop it there if you want. Click 777, it goes down there, and the little screw allows you to do that. Anthony, welcome mate. How do you tell it to auto step climb? I think that's the auto cruise function, isn't it? I'd have to re-look at the. I'd have to double check the actual manual because I can't fully remember. The pen does click. Yep, there you go. Again, click it 3 times, it becomes a grenade. So you don't want to do that. It goes very James Bond. You can see a suggested step climb there, but we're not going to be using a step climb today. So yeah, you can automatically step climb using auto cruise, which is in this menu here. So auto step climbs, yes. If you want to pause at top of descent, you can turn yes, turn it to yes, and you can also do your automatic time compression. So if you want to fly Heathrow to San Francisco in this, but you don't have 14 hours to do it, then you can turn your time compression right up as well and increase your sim rate if you want to, and that will help increase your, strip down the time that you're going to be in the air for. And it is also, as we mentioned earlier on, as Steve's saying in the live chat, just there, maybe I'll move it a little bit closer. You can see auto cruise top left on the top edge. And you've got the sim rate option there that will tell you what sim rate you're currently on. Battery status on the top right. All of that good stuff. What does the pen do? It looks cool. Organ, but there's a very good reason for that, saying there, I don't understand why PMDG didn't model the integrated EFB. So if I just move that there, some Boeing 777s underneath this panel here have got an integrated tablet or integrated display which acts like an EFB within it. Pretty much most of the airlines around the world don't actually use it, certainly haven't done for years and years. It's pretty much a bit of a redundant kit. So what PMDG have decided, what I understand, is actually there's no point putting that redundant kit into it. We may as well put the UFT in, which is what a lot of airlines have gone to anyway. So they've gone to their own kind of electronic tablets or whatever, fitted in various locations around the airport, the aircraft. Barry, yeah, I think that's Zato there, isn't it, in his big old Antonov. Although he's not displayed as one, sadly. He's displayed as an A380. Morning, Clipper. Dubai's going to be super busy. I think there is a there's an official VATSIM event on tonight, isn't there? At Dubai. So you can connect in with your Boeing 777-300, and it's a dedicated launch event for it. There's Zato and his Antonov. So it's something you can do if you love flying on the network and you think, you know what, I'm a bit brave, I'm going to dive in and show my skills and my abilities. Or you can fly anywhere else. You know, as usual, you don't want to fly immediately on the network until you got used to it. I've done 5 flights with this. I probably felt comfortable flying on VATSIM on my second flight because a lot of the stuff we've learnt on the 787 translates across to this quite nicely. So the learning process is nice. It's easier than you might otherwise have expected. James asking for the specs. There we go. Thanks, Ian and Ashley. Pop in the old chat there. And there's the contrails. Big old fat wide contrails. Look at that wing sweep. And if we probably can't see it now because we're a bit late in the turn, we'll try and monitor the flaperon and aileron stuff. You'll notice on departure the flaperons will deflect downwards. One of the little quirky things it does. Sam, yeah, so knowledge from the 737, if you're familiar with the 73's FMS, it's quite similar to this. Something that will translate across nicely. Doc saying Athens landing 03 right. No worries, thank you mate. I'll quickly make a note of that. Same star, thankfully. Adam, is the event at Dubai is on VATSIM. And there is an Emirates included livery as well. We don't know the price yet, Organ. There's been a lot of guesses. I think it's going to be around the $80 mark, but that's a pure guess. Pure guess. Joseph, 777 events on June the 30th. Is that the Dubai one? I'm not sure if that's the VATSIM or the Dubai one. When can we buy it? Jurubitus asking. Hopefully in about 1 hour 43 minutes. We'll have to wait and see. Couple of guesses for the price there as well. Roughly all in the same kind of ballpark figure. Give or take a couple of crazy ones. Big Hail Marys. But I'm not sure. This is also, the 777-300 is also the most sold version of the 777 in real life. So, when the PMDG released the 737 series, they started with the 700, then they brought out the 600 before releasing the 800. The 800 obviously is the most popular, then they released the 900. This time they've actually pushed the most sold variant out first. I think next is going to be the 777-200 Freighter, isn't it? Followed by the 200. And then I believe PMDG are going to work on the 737 MAX and the 747. And they've still got a secret project, haven't they? Which nobody knows about. Mike Jerry says he's hoping it's around $80 for this as well. If it is, it's exceptional value. Next is the 777F. Yeah, that's the freighter. So the 777-200F, EAD. But it's a 777-200 airframe, but a freighter version. Why no LR variant? I don't know. Is it the LR that they're doing, the 200? I can't completely remember now. Somebody in the live chat will know for certain, I'm sure. Maphoric, yes, there is a way to buy the 777 without paying $325 million. Wait about an hour and 30 minutes, or when it's released at some point from 1 hour 30 minutes, then the actual price will be announced. Neil says the freighter version is a 200 LR, but is a freighter. There we go. I mean, these are exceptional aeroplanes. They're so powerful as well. Zhao's saying, suggesting there might be around $100 US. Yeah, we're not really sure just yet. I think every time they've released one of their recent aircraft, it's all just gone crazy, hasn't it? Nick Fan, welcome. Came for the fly-by-wire tutorials, Ian says, 41 months ago, my goodness. And he stayed for the 777 tutorials, love it. Thank you for all that support over the last, God, how many months is that? Oh, it was 41 months, how many years is that? Too long. I wish it said like 1 year. Yeah, that's like when babies, parents say like, oh yeah, so-and-so, little Jimmy's 46 months old. You'd be like, yeah, he's like 3 years. Crazy. Bernie says, hello mate, spoilt for freight aircraft when the 777-200 and the MD-11 launch. Oh yeah, that's coming out soon, isn't it? Just over a week away, I think. C-Dot, welcome. This is that patch. But this is that version. This is release candidate 2 with the fix in there. So yeah, there was in the previous version a little thing where on kind of short final, if you were hand flying, it would suddenly just sort of increase a little bit of downward pitch. But they've solved that. So to answer your question there, Sam, no, it doesn't do that anymore. We'll find out when we get to Athens, actually, just to make sure it is all fixed. G'day, geographically inverted. Landed at Athens, wicked wind shear on approach to 03 right. His airline hasn't given him the day off tomorrow. Oh, have a good night. A 727 is coming as well, yeah, from FSS. Although, to be honest, I kind of wish they fixed their current offering first. KPay is also on Contrail for Cala, or Flow Cala. Let's have a little look. It is here somewhere. So those of you looking to do delivery flights. Just going to have a little look at that, make sure it is. It's £11.88. It's 40% off at the moment on Contrail. Got the link in the description for you there. Yeah, the MD-11 is a little bit different compared to some of these airplanes that I have been enjoying recently. Martin, Flying Dutchman, welcome. Guys, thanks for subscribing. Good to see you. .757 from Bluebird is going to be awesome, isn't it, Clipper? But again, they haven't released anything yet, and they've already announced that they're also going to work on the 787. So they've now got the 757, which I'm really looking forward to, the 767, which I'm hoping is going to be great, and they've just announced the 787 over at Bluebird. I kind of think, yeah, prove your worth, show us that first aircraft, then announce the other one. But that's only my opinion. Louisville and Memphis are definitely going to be packed when the MD-11 launches. A lot of us haven't got it, including myself. Although I will have it nearer to release or on release, I'm not sure which. Won't have the collector's edition though. I've gone a bit against pre-ordering stuff because of FSS. They've taken 2 years to do nothing with an Embraer, which is infuriating me a little bit now. Devon, hello, FS Dispatch. Oh. Just have a look at well, I plan my route on SimBrief. Doc, in the live chat, one of our moderators, helps sort out the real world call signs and things, but you can just punch it into Flight Radar. So I, for this, would look at Heathrow to Athens on Flight Radar, and I would find the flight number and the call sign. And you can roughly kind of sort out your route based on that real life path as well. Darren, welcome. Dubai's going to be mobbed when the Flybawar A380 comes out, Clipper says. Yeah, I've got to watch that video. It does sound quite good. Zato says he's never pre-ordered an aircraft. He was tempted on the MD-11, but he said, Zato, don't let your instincts take over. Wait for the full release. Wise. Although, you know, TFDI, they've gone against the norm. They've actually made tangible progress, which is quite good. I've never used FS Dispatch, Devon. Maybe it's not. It's kind of fizzling out. If it's 2 years out of date, perhaps they're not really kind of supporting it much anymore. What does TFDI stand for? I'm not sure. They're the developer behind the MD-11 that's coming out in about a week or so from now. But I'm not actually sure what it stands for. It's a good question. Never been asked that. I haven't got any of their products, so I'm not really kind of sure. The A380 does look amazing, Anthony, doesn't it? It looks very, very good. Super excited for that. Number 6, there we go. Got a turn coming up? I'm not sure. Oh, we're in German airspace already. We haven't got a turn just yet, but it is coming up. Mad Hippo, yeah. For the wing flex, they've got really nice, just gentle little bounce. Josh, I wonder if it means incorporated. So, Turbofan Dude Incorporated. Something like that. Mike, yeah, it's one of those things that has to be explained kind of each time, if people aren't particularly familiar with the way PMDG release stuff. It's one of their little running jokes, isn't it, for those of you still not really sure why it's listed at the real aircraft list price. Robert, I said the turn hasn't happened just yet. It's in 80 miles. We'll monitor the kind of turn there and try and catch the ailerons or the flaperons and things working away there. That no smoking sign will stay on. One thing I should have showed you actually earlier on, as we power the aeroplane up and we do things like APU, we get the APU gen and the primary external, secondary external power connected, what you would see is these elements go green and you can kind of see the power flow through the various generators and the bus ties. Same with the hydraulic systems. You'll be able to see those moving around based on what the hydraulic systems are actually doing in the simulation, and then the fuel flow as well working away. Similarly, air, APU is there in the middle. When we turn that on later on, try and remind me at Athens, just so you guys can see it, but when we turn the APU on after landing, that APU feed there go green and it will show the start of it, and then the airflow get pushed round from the APU into the aircraft when the packs divert to the APU. and we've got our door status page showing that they're all armed there, and obviously when we disarm them later we won't get that armed indication. Brakes, the heat of it's all simulated. Try and remember that figure as well and remind me after landing. We'll use auto brake 2, maybe auto brake 3. We'll have a look at those brake temperatures, but they won't glow today. We've got good old flight control systems there. Yep, Hoppy's ACARS is there. We're on Unicom though, we don't actually have any ATC online at the moment. So I'm hoping we might get an area controller online and we can maybe try and get this working a bit. But I would have to try and get all of that sorted out first. I've got to try and dig it out of the manual perhaps. Six times Dad said it wouldn't be a Boeing flight if you didn't open one of those doors. I'll try not to today. I tend to break stuff. I've got a habit with just flight products of accidentally clicking the emergency gear extension, which I've done in the 146 a few times by accident, by like clicking around and exploring stuff. It is not wrong that you're sitting there with your bank card in hand, no. Perfectly reasonable. Let's have a little look at this as well. So we've got various little features detailed in the cabin, in the flight deck, sorry. Transport Legend, welcome mate. Good to hear you enjoying the video, the stream. Oh Josh, we don't have any area controllers online, so we can't put any in, but I couldn't remember how to input the actual ATC code. You know, the controller designation, if that makes sense. Big old hangars. There's our smoke hood. Big old halon extinguisher. We've got our flight bags down there. Mine's the posh leather one. And our crash axe. Oh, what does that say? Cockpit crash axe. Scribbled on. And then we've got just here the emergency exit for the flight deck. And the resetting door panel, which I believe if you have a rapid decompression in the real life aircraft, this panel is resettable, but it pops open to help stabilise the pressure between the flight deck and the cabin in the event of a rapid decompression of the cockpit, I think, from memory. And I've sat on that seat many a times, jump seating into various places like Los Angeles when I was crew. And we've got the location of various emergency equipment around the aircraft located on that as well. Loads of little details. I'm kind of just reading through it all. Observer briefing. For people jump seating, there's their oxygen mask. We've got a little stowage there for manuals and things. There's some great little features and stuff all around this flight deck, just dotted around, isn't there? Look at the detail there of the carpet and that mechanical rail as well. Mitchell, yeah, it does. Oh, that's mighty impressive. A bit bright. Let's close the blinds, and that opens as well. So you've got a little armrest for stuff. Look at that. Nice little animation there, isn't it? Yeah, that's really cool. Atlas, why did I leave the cabin crew job? It is terrible. Pay in the UK. £12,000 a year basic, plus a little bit of flight pay. It was £2.60 an hour. I think it's gone up since quite a bit post-COVID. They've equalised the pay across the contracts now. But yeah, very, very bad pay. Left me with basically no money in my account all the time. So, but it was a good lifestyle, and I enjoyed doing it for 3 years. I personally wished I became cabin crew, A, to explore the world and get paid to do it, which is a great way to do it, which is why you don't really mind the pay that much. But second reason, I thought it would open doors into maybe a bit of pilot training. Captain CDU, got to type the controller code. Is it in one of these? Where would I find it? Oh, just into the scratch pad. Got it. Oh, well, I feel like a right doofus now. We could have got it sorted out. We'll have to see what else we get anyway. We'll go log on status, and then if we had a controller online, we would type it into here. So, what, EGLL? Oh, look at that! So it would have worked. Choffin' heck. That's pretty swish though, that's pretty cool. But anyway, we'll have to wait. Hopefully we get some Athens controllers online. Who's that tickling me belly underneath? There's somebody underneath. 500 foot below. Maybe they're a bit further away than it otherwise appears on the radar. Ah, there we go. Josh, legend. Thank you, mate. I knew I forgot something somewhere. How stupid of me. He is... oh, very close. In fact... got him. There he is. Is that Kweku again, flying in formation a bit more? But anyway, we want to see those flaperons. We've got a right turn coming up. I did apply, yes. I applied back in September, Danamak, for the Speedbird Academy, and I got through, like yourself, to the one of the stage before the last stage. So I actually got handed off to Skyborne Academy for online tests, and then the final bit would be, after that, it would have been a physical interview and then course. But I was sat on holiday at the time, and I basically worked out that for me to actually do this and do the Speedbird Academy, as much as it is my dream to do it, I would have to sacrifice probably my house and my mortgage. My mortgage is almost £1,600 a month. I can't afford the house and the mortgage if I can't work, and to go off for 18 months and not work means I couldn't do it. So reluctantly, and it was a little bit heartbreaking, I had to email Skyborne and pull out, unfortunately, and say I physically can't afford to do it, even if I got a space on a course, which is sad. 18-year-old me would have, you know, absolutely have loved and jumped at the test. But sometimes life takes over. Willie, thanks for subscribing, welcome. Yeah, good luck to you, Dynamac. Smash it. Let us know how you get on. Atlas, no, I've given up on it now, to be honest. Albeit begrudgingly. Yeah, they don't pay you to do the training. They'll only pay you after the training. And even then, it's a bit of a pay cut, so I would struggle to afford stuff for a little while. But it's that I would make work. It's the bit to get the training done. That's unaffordable for me. So I just can't jeopardise that. 18 months of no pay. It's just too much. Alexander says, hello, any tips on pilot education? All you've got to do is have a little look at the airlines that you might be interested in working for. There's that flapper on. See how it just gently deflects there, wiggling away. Did a bit of wing bounce. Actually, yeah, before I was cabin crew, I actually spent 3 years as a gliding instructor for the Air Cadets, but it was a motorised glider, Grob Vigilant T1. Oh yes, quick twitch of the flapper on there to correct the pitch angle, the roll angle. Milwaukee, yeah, pretty much. It's not too dissimilar for myself. You know, I spend most days flight simming when I'm not at work, and I can't really talk about my actual work, unfortunately, but when I'm there and I'm mooching around the airport, for example, and all that kind of stuff, I do look at these aircraft, certainly the big long-haul jets, and wish that it was me in the front at the controls. That'll never go away. I'll take that dream to my grave. But we've got Flight Sim and we've got some brilliant add-ons which allow us to try and replicate what we've tried to achieve in real life but can't afford, at least in my instance. So this is going to be as good as it gets for me. I've tried 3 times to do my private pilot's license and I've run out of money 3 times, which is crazy. Ultra, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing. Great to see loads of you tuning in. Hopefully you're all enjoying the stream. Appreciate. I mean, we've got already almost 200 likes, which is mega. Appreciate all the love. And hopefully, around 1 hour 20 minutes or so until release. Let's hope we won't be waiting too long. Dash says, "Never give up, man. As does swim and climb." Yeah, unfortunately, life just takes over, doesn't it? You've got to crack on and a load of other stuff. Hypoxia, thank you. Appreciate it, matey. Thanks for the super chat. $20 to the British Geek PPL fund. Love it. Yeah, I got right up to navigation, for those of you who don't know, and the qualifying cross-country not long after the Ukraine invasion, and all of the fuel costs and everything rocketed really quickly all of a sudden. So the price of my actual training went from about £215 an hour to £250 an hour, which didn't sound like much, but the phase of training that I was in for my PPL was navigation, which meant I was going to have to fly from Denham to Coventry, Coventry to Duxford, Duxford back to Denham, and that one flight would have cost me £1,000. So it's just can't do it.
BAPPF on donation.
Appreciate it, Hypoxia. Thank you. 5th super chat during a live stream. Appreciate the support. Justin, have a good night for you, mate. It's yeah, late for you guys in Australia. You're going to go to bed knowing that the 777 is coming overnight while you're asleep. Mark Taylor's got a work from home day this afternoon. Sneaky. Bit of tactical work from home there. Good. I like it. Ian says the one bonus of being outpriced on pilot training is that it makes the price of an RTX 4090 and flight sim generally actually seem not too bad. Mikhail, welcome matey. MPS Gaming, good to see you. Hope you're well. Yeah, I can't do it in another country, Jan. I've got a mortgage to pay for. Unfortunately. That. Coming soon. Daniel, no. I was at Cosford. 633 VGS. But I did some Viking gliding at Little Risington when that was active at the time as well, which is quite cool. Winch launch glider, which is quite snazzy. I think this is going to actually break records when this releases today. Look at that. Siren, well, I hope the infection sorts itself out, mate. Positive vibes. But you'll have this to look forward to, which always helps recovery, doesn't it? Harry, was it actually? Epic. Was it AEF, though, on the tutors, or was it with 633? I was, granted, I was there 15, 20 years ago, so it was quite a while. We're 15, 10, 12 to 15 years ago. Yeah, you flew AEF at the tutors, which is a little different. They were just further up the airfield. You would have seen the Grob Vigilance potentially buzzing around, unless they'd been disbanded by that point. Ian says the excitement's palpable. It's bringing back memories of our 737 preview streams. Waiting for it to release. Exciting, right? Hey, have you noticed? We got that blind out on the first officer's side, didn't we? There it is. Ta-da! Just noticed that. There it is. Sneaky. I've ever been to Wattisham, Liam? No. My mate actually coincidentally was the Babcock. One of my mates was a Babcock fleet manager for that airport, along with a couple of us like Whitton and things for a little while. But I don't know what he does now. I've not spoken to him for a few years, sadly. Not properly, anyway. But I have got a friend who flies the Rivet Joint out of. I think it's based at Wattisham, isn't it? He buzzes around in that as one of the operators in the back behind the flight deck, doing sneaky beaky cool things. It's a remarkably cool aircraft. Daniel, yeah, I've flown the tutor out of Whitton. I flew it out of Benson as well, years and years ago. So cool, I do very much like this aeroplane. Wattisham's the Apache. That's an Army Air Corps base, isn't it? Daniel, nice. Working at Heathrow now. Love the plane spotting. It's great for it, isn't it? Bernie, yeah. There's a lot of cabin announcement products coming out which are all payware. For those of you who might not actually have heard of it before, folks, save yourself some money and check out lukeairtool.net. It's what we used at the start of the stream today to get that British Airways real cabin announcement. and it's freeware, so it doesn't cost you anything. It's always worth trying that kind of thing out first before you splurge the cash on a payware cabin announcement product of some sort, because they're all trying to find their corners in the markets to make money out of us ultimately. I prefer American football and rugby personally. Callum, I have considered an MPPL, yeah, but again, it's money that I don't really want to kind of waste anymore, because I know the desire for me to continue the training will never go away. But hey ho. Oh, I'm thinking of Waddingham, sorry. I'm on about Waddingham for the rivet joint. I have to Google it now because I think I've got his airfield wrong. Rivet joint base. Where is it? RAF Waddington. There we go. Waddington. Yeah, I get that confused all the time with Wattisham. How bad? Yeah, I was on about Waddington the whole time. My god. Yeah. You're probably thinking, my god, these guys are really confused. As you're chatting away, Liam. But hopefully that clears it all up. Piano Learner, you can. Yeah, you can buy some of the old Grob Vigilance from Project Able. They're very expensive though. I was sharing them in a little chat that I've got with all of the guys I used to fly with at RF Cosford years ago. And we still loosely keep in touch, which is really quite nice. Even though I haven't seen them for 10, 12 years. And yeah, slightly out of price bracket for us. I loved the Vigilant T1, it was great. It was actually quite sporty. I think you could put it into course pitch and cruise at like 120 knots, which is really cool. But yeah, anything over 10,000 you risk hypoxia, which is not good, so you couldn't really fly too high. But it was perfect at what it did. Agilos, no, the one weird bit of behaviour was that pitch down, which to be fair I haven't noticed that badly. I think as it happened I'd tend to catch it without really noticing it dropped too much, so the pitch change for me seemed quite small, but they've already solved that in this release package that we've got. The PMDG have been really proactive certainly this last week with sending us new builds for those of us able to preview it with tweaks, fixes, little changes here and there just to polish it all off prior to its release. But yeah, generally very, very impressed. It's a very capable aircraft. I haven't been able to really properly fiddle with ACARS yet, but I'm hoping I'll be able to do that at some point soon. Hopefully today if we get Athens radar online or Adria radar or something, that'll be cracking. Hypoxia, thanks matey, welcome. Joining us as a gold frequent flyer with our channel membership. Appreciate all the support. Make sure you head to our Discord server, Hypoxia, and sync up your YouTube account into your Discord user settings, and it will give you access into our dedicated club lounge areas. If I sold all of the 1,000 tickets, Hypoxia, for the raffle, the NFRSA would get a real good amount of money from it, but I'd also be able to almost afford the rest of my PPL. But again, I think it's just above and beyond what I'm going to be focused on doing. Alexander Pin, do you want to see the pen click? There you go, matey. You have to simulate the noise because it's a very loud flight deck with the wind. Click, click. You can hear it. Hopefully you guys might be able to just about hear it. Click, click. You can hear it. They've actually put that in as a sound. Anytime after 1500 Zulu Tidy Wilderness, which is in 1 hour 5 minutes from now. Right, Jerry, I've got the Honeycomb Bravo, and I've got the Thrustmaster Boeing TCA. Captain De Bruyne, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Great to see you. Adam, they can. The pen is texturable. I do need a sticky, don't I, Ram? No price, no release date yet. No release time yet. So we're going over the Alps now, which is one of the cool things with this route. We're going to get some beautiful views, but potentially also a little bit of turbulence. So if you missed it earlier and you're just tuning in, you'll be able to see some of that really juicy wing flex that they've got going on with this. It is mega. They've done a great job with it. I've almost drank an entire pint of water. It's so hot in this room. It says, what is it, 28, 29 degrees almost. My goodness. And yeah, we're going to get an Osprey Airways pen. Tapsy's watching the stream in the background. You sneaky bugger. In Greece right now it's 37 degrees. What's that? Let's get the METAR again into Athens and we'll see how hot it is there in comparison in real life for our arrival. 34 degrees, my goodness. By the way, for those of you who can, and you've got the internet for it, I am streaming this in 2K 60 frames per second. And if you're watching on like a mobile device, a lot of the time your YouTube app might put it on auto resolution, so it might be just dynamically changing stuff from 720 to 1080 and back down to 720, so do check that if you want to have a look at these juicy details in 2K. Yeah, a lot of beaches around Greece, they've all been saying, because of the heat, they've all been suggesting staying well away, haven't they, from the beaches. Some beaches and areas and hill walks and things have been closed. Yet some people are ignoring the warnings and the health advice, and they're finding themselves in some horrendous difficulty with the recent news. Josh says METAR via chat instead of via data link. Com. Well, I don't think we have an ATIS. ATIS source PMDG. We'll try VATSIM first. LGAV. Sending. Bing bong, there's our data link. New messages. There we go, there's our data link weather. So currently at Athens, at our destination, and we're almost halfway. So we've still got a bit of way to go. They've got information Bravo at 1320Z, surface wind 050 at 15 knots, variable 0102 080, visibility is all the nines, temperature is 34 degrees Celsius, dew point 8. So there's a huge spread there, which suggests to us the air around Athens is not very saturated at all. And the QNH 1011, it's a very stable atmosphere, albeit very hot by the looks of it. Las Vegas, temperature 43 degrees, Kimi Räikkönen says, my goodness. UK release time, AJ, anytime after 4 PM. It's about roughly an hour from now, onwards from there. And then you'll see the PMDG website, when it does release, update with a new one. Have you noticed as well, you might have seen it, just there on the screen, it's given us a little summary, the first little bit of our text memo. So if we had a climb now, flight level 190, during a climb from a controller for example, that would pop up there as a message, and we can just accept, cancel, reject. This is an ATIS generated message, so we can just press canc there to cancel, because those three switches there are linked to our data link system. This whole aircraft just feels so complete. And I know some people have had criticism here and there from various elements of it. I've spent 3 years as cabin crew on the 777-300, 200, 300ER, the 200ER as well with BA, and I've jump seated a whole load of times in those seats in real life as well with flights that I've done as cabin crew. And I personally think they've done a beautiful job of this. I'd like to hear a bit more of a buzzsaw perhaps with the sound, but that's very slight. But I'm personally, at the stage that it's in, I'm really happy with it. I'm buzzing for this. And I'm so excited to see VATSIM lit up with loads of 77 whiskies buzzing around all over the place. Transatlantic, flying short haul routes, all the rest of it. It's going to be mega. It's going to be really cool. How's the performance? Somebody asked earlier, actually. It was a good question, and a lot of you might still be wondering if you've missed that. It's very similar for me to the 737, which is very good. Electric page. Trying to keep up with the live chat here. There's the electric simulation. And remind me on the ground, I will show it. I'll show the APU gen coming online and then the power pushing through there and all that sort of stuff. Clipper, really appreciate it, mate. Thank you. Hopefully a lot of people on the Microsoft Flight Simulator Facebook page and all that kind of stuff, the unofficial fan page that is. There's 2 of them that I've shared my tutorials for. Hopefully people will find those quite useful getting started with the jet. And as I said earlier on, the Autoland tutorial has already gone live for people to enjoy as well. Rish, hello mate, how are you? Hope you're good. Agalos is 03 left, I think it is, that's in use. Kalispera. Not sure of the price yet, Dimitri. And it's going to be out from any time after 1500 Zulu, which is an hour from now. Don't forget, if you're in the UK, we are UTC or Zulu +1 currently, because we're in British summertime. Not sure about when the 777F is going to release, Robert. No, I'm not sure about that, buddy. Sorry. We can have a little look to see where our arrival is going to bring us in, actually. So, Zorki 1 Quebec, which is there, is going to bring us in 184 degrees. Down to the Agena NDB, frequency of 382. From there, it's a very tight turn. Where is it? I haven't quite got it set up yet, have I? Approaches, ILS, Zulu 3 left. It's a 90-degree turn left from Agena. So, as we saw there, where has it gone? See that little red line that I've done? Little 90-degree. That'll then follow down 091 to intercept quite a long final. It's about 13 or 14 miles when we establish, I believe. But yeah, over the beach. Some good views, hopefully. Catch them flaperons again, working away. And the ailerons further up, which you can't really see from this distance, but they're deflecting slightly. And one of the things that we've got to do with this aeroplane is manage the energy. So if we're familiar with, for example, the 787, that's very slippy in descent. This isn't as slippy as the 787 from what I found, but it does like to run the speed up slightly. So you do need to kind of get ahead of it, try and be ahead of the aeroplane a little bit in the descent, and make sure you've got things like speed brake ready to go. Aglos is very exciting. That sounds good. It says for 3 left, it's going to guarantee us a good view into Athens. Paradisky, none of us can afford that price. But that's just the teaser. The price will change, folks. But the price listed on the PMDG website, as Neil has said, is the real-world list price of a Boeing 777-300ER. So that's how much an airline would pay. There's the weather radar starting to work away because it's detecting some precipitation and stuff down there. You can see there a little bit of amber and green. Rabs, 17 months. Appreciate it, matey. And Ashley, 3 years. Chopping neck. It's a long one. I think if we have a quick whip round, Felix, we might be able to just about afford one together. And we'll have to share it around. We'll have to create a rota. I'm going to fly it for an hour on this day, and then someone else can fly it for an hour, like a little timeshare. Handy team. That's the alert, altitude alert for things like pop-ups in the stream, like member announcements and things. 2 years, Badger's gone gold with his icon. Snazzy. Very flash. David's gone platinum. 37 months as a silver frequent flyer. I love the support, guys. It does mean a lot. Thank you. You guys know that hopefully I've remained humble and kind and polite and helpful and all that kind of stuff that we should, certainly as content creators, always be in this community. We're all one and the same together. Rab, did I? My goodness. Brian, yes, 36 months he's been a member for. Crikey. Again, yeah, appreciate all the support. Long. I always forget how long we've had these channel memberships and how long we've actually had the channel for, because the time has genuinely flown. For me, it's flown by anyway. Pardon the pun. But it's sailed by, and a lot of the time I don't look back and think, my goodness, I've had the channel for that long. It's felt like we've only had it a year, but I think we're now 4 years in almost. I do look back on some of my old videos and I cringe at how bad they used to be, but it's nice to also look back on how I've progressed as a creator, you know, how I've managed to kind of expand my editing skills, albeit loosely, and all that sort of stuff. How much would a PPL be now? Hypoxia. The current full price of an actual private pilot's license is about £12,000 to £14,000 based on how quickly you progress. It's quite expensive for a lot of people, isn't it? Robert says, am I familiar with the MCP in real life? Have a little look at the buttons. Ooh, can I get any lower? Drop it like it's hot. Maybe that's in the way. Can I hide it? No. Hold on. Excuse the wiggle. I'm doing this for you, Robert. I can't get any lower. Maybe we'll just sit on the bottom of the seat there and zoom in. They don't look that flat to me. When will the 777 Osprey liveries come out, Mafarik? That's a question for Tapsy. Just be depending on how quickly he can get it done. The guys that help me with the liveries, I appreciate all of their help, so I don't like to put mega pressure on them. So it takes as long as it takes. Tapsy is ready. He's kind of done a few little bits, and he's got a few ideas ready to go as well. We've been chatting around it in private messaging, so it will be hopefully not too long, and we'll all be able to enjoy an Osprey Airways 777-300 flight by the end of the week, perhaps. But who knows? We'll just wait and see. There's a lot to paint, you know, the bulkheads, the pen, the in-flight entertainment screen, all the externals. Yeah, CPL Aglos is about £70,000 to £80,000. as well to complete, followed by your frozen ATPL, which costs a couple of grand for the studying and the exams and all the rest of it. Swim and climb, yeah, you used to get up really early when you were in Canada and tune in for breakfast, didn't you, before you headed out to the farm. And now you're back towards the UK. Saying there, it doesn't get to watch as much as he would otherwise have liked. It's good to see you here, though. Cyclone's asking, do we think the 777 is going to work well on Xbox? I really don't know, to be honest. Oh, yeah, so, Robert, yeah, good point. Sorry, you did say that. It's so hot in this room, it's insane. I don't think they look that flat. Certainly like the LNAV button, for example, is in a recess. I think they've done that quite nicely, and this texture actually has a bit of wear and tear on it, which is quite nice. They're not that flat, I don't think. Canadian Flight Sim, no, aircon's not really a thing in the UK. The right turn coming up. Let's pick a wing view. Not that one. Want that one. There we go. And we're going to see those flaperons and the ailerons kind of move now for the turn. See if I can get this set up so we see a little bit of all of it, including that little wiggle of the wings there as well. There's the flaperons working into the roll. Yeah, my RTX 4090 is like having a furnace in the room. Captain De Bruyne, welcome. Marish is asking when I'm going to control again. Not sure entirely. I have been looking at air conditioning and getting it actually fitted to the house, but a company quoted me £7,000 to do it, and that's to have 3 fans, one in the flight sim room and then one in the 2 bedrooms. Yuri, no reshade, buddy. This is MSFS live weather, default weather, and default kind of settings for the Nvidia stuff as well, but I am able to run the sim in 4K. I've got most things, if not all things, on Ultra. Vitor, good morning. Any time from 1500Z for release, from what they've suggested, which is in 45 minutes from now. Very exciting. But we'll monitor the PMDG website, and all you've got to do really is monitor the stream chat, and you will find people will start announcing it nearer the time. And once we get a couple of people announce it, what I'll do is I'll check myself to be able to confirm it for you guys. So it will avoid the spam and the trolling, that kind of stuff, that the excitement that we usually get for these big releases. Paradisky is super hot, isn't it? Have I tried lossless scaling C.Carter? No. So that's something that's only able to be done if you've got Steam, I believe. But I tend to just leave my flight sim, as default as possible, because it does look really good anyway. Agos, yeah, wear and tear, mate. We just had a little look at that. So there's like little bits of there's like grubbiness there to the knobs. If we zoom in right on in, you can see a little bit of wear and tear around the buttons where they've been squidged, and the panel there, the edge of the MCP's been bashed around. Look, you can see that bit of bare metal. But otherwise, yeah, the carpet's new, which is nice. They're not mega old, these aeroplanes, but there is bits of wear and tear indicated around the aeroplane. Oh look, life vest behind your seat. Bogey's on the knobs, Ian says. Yeah, and there's a chewing gum squidged behind the yoke there as well. There isn't really. Although now I'm going to have to check. I don't think I'm going to be able to see, am I? No, good. There's no chewing gum squidged behind the yoke, folks. Hitesh, I personally am happy with the sounds they've done in their rendition of this. But I know some people expected something a bit different, but hey ho. Where can you see the outside air temperature, Iozomi is asking? Just there. Good afternoon, and Airbus A330ism, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing. Great to see lots of new subscribers today, enjoying the pre-release, release candidate, release day stream. All of the above. There's a loose. I've just noticed that. I didn't notice it earlier actually, but on the jump seat, you've got the shoulder straps, but they've also put the groin strap in as well, which is really cool to see. And on the other one as well. Nice. Headset, I actually wore that. That was there in real life. And there's the flight deck door. People were asking about it earlier. Just to kind of show you guys that. Hitesh says you'd appreciate a bit more howl and growl. So somebody earlier sent me a video to the Flight Factor 777 on X-Plane and said that's much better. But when I was actually watching and I turned it right up and I had a really good listen, having had quite a lot of exposure to the 777-300 myself as cabin crew but also as a passenger, it sounded to me like the Flight Factor flight deck takeoff sounds for the in the flight deck actually are just recordings from the cabin, so they're not quite as perhaps realistic as people think. They probably expect it more because that's noise from the back, and we are all used to that as passengers, especially that roar of the G90. But don't forget, compared certainly to the 200 as well, the aeroplane's fuselage, the 777-300ER, is a whole 10 meters longer, so the soundscape is going to be slightly different. And we also don't want to be deafened by the time we get to the other end after a 12-hour long-haul flight. Tactical Carrots, welcome. I mean, the emissives are really cool as well. If I just wiggle the time forwards, look at that, bam, beacon, strobes, all that snazziness. And as we said earlier on, the cabin is simulating all the cabin lighting. Let's have a look to see what that setting is on actually. It's in actions, isn't it? Cabin lights, they're still on automatic at 50 at the moment. If anyone wants to pick up the Everett Boeing factory, the link's in the live stream there, in the live chat. And you'll be able to pick it up. It's 40% off at the moment on Contrail, so you'll be able to pick up the actual delivery centre scenery for anybody who wants to do those realistic delivery flights for their first flight with the 777 perhaps. It's about £11 something on Contrail, which is a megally, it's a properly good price. And you can even just sit, so those of you who saw my 777 preview video, right at the very start, just before the intro, we had the Boeing facility towing out 777X out of the production line, and you can just sit there and kind of watch all that as well, which is really snazzy, very nice. Boom Bada Bing says, I want to buy the 777, but I fear the learning curve will be too much for me. Does it come with an easy setup so you can get flight ready without having to learn the complete manual? So there are a couple of things that PMDG have done within this that will help you as a new pilot. And I'll talk about some other bits as well straight after this explanation. But in the manual, there is a tutorial flight which you can follow, and it will take you step by step for a long haul flight, which will use time acceleration and auto cruise so that you can use some of the additional features, and it will mean that you're completing the long haul flight in only sort of 4 hours instead of 12 hours or whatever it might be. But there is a walkthrough tutorial that is included that you can do, which is really nice. There is also here on the MCP a checklist button, I think. And what it does is it gives you all of these electronic checklists, so you can work through the aeroplane, pre-flight checks, before start checks and all that, just to help nudge you as you're kind of learning the aeroplane. It's worth noting that to get the cabin ready for departure, which is a little memo that will ping here to say the cabin's secure from the crew in the back, you need to have made sure that you've got everything up to the before takeoff checks completed. And then that will trigger, with a couple of sort of seconds delay or whatever it might be, a cabin ready announcement from the crew behind. And as Aidan has said, secondary to all of that stuff that PMDG have done, I've spent the last couple of days working really hard creating 5 tutorial videos so far. The 5th will go live in about 3 hours from now. But 5 tutorial videos that are going to cover all of the stuff that you need to worry about to have a nice, easy, stress-free, successful first flight in this aeroplane. And on flightsim.to, I've also created a free-to-download checklist, which I'm trying to dig the link out for as I speak. Bear with. Grab a biscuit, just grabbing a link. There. And on the website britishAvGeek.com there is a dedicated page for PMDG 777 tutorials as well. There isn't a simulated lavatory. There's a lavatory door in the cabin, and the bathroom itself isn't simulated. Jeff, good morning, mate. Zulu Gamer Guy is UTC. It's the International Aviation Time. So when you hear Zulu, it is the same as GMT, which is also known as UTC, or you might hear it in aviation terms as Zulu. So at the minute in the UK, we are Zulu +1 because we're in British summertime, or UTC +1 or GMT +1. It's all basically the same thing. So yeah, the toilet, you guys want to, yeah, the door is there, but there is nothing behind it. It's one of those things that doesn't need to be modelled. Let's face it, we're being reasonable. It's also worth saying that you get down here, when the door is armed, you get the armed flags, which we would check for. When the door's armed, we'd then look down, make sure the handle is in the right position, and we would also then look for the indication of the flag in the door to make sure that the aircraft's door is armed when we were crew, prior to then doing all our other sort of cabin secure checks and the safety demonstration and all that. And I spent a long time sat on these doors, sitting here on approach, doing my silent checks as they were known. So you'd review the door status, you'd review the emergency procedure in your head, and you'd be satisfied that everything's all set up ready to go in the event of an emergency on landing. Every single takeoff, every single landing, you do a silent drill, it's known as. Because the cabin crew are ultimately there for your safety, more so than anything else. Right, GG, well, good luck for your finals. Hopefully there's some 777 related questions. Prima Victoria, the door for the crew area is there, but again, no, there is no modelled crew rest. There is a fire X in the cockpit, yes, in the flight deck. There it is, next to the halon extinguisher. And you can click that just for a nice comfy rest as well. If you want to stow the tablet, by the way, you can pop it down here. So as we mentioned earlier, we've got the click spot there, we've got the click spot there, we've got the normal stowage point there, or we can get rid of it if we don't want it. So like the first officer's universal flight tablet, I don't want that, I only fly on the left seat. We can stow it down there and it will get folded away neatly into that little document tray, that holder down below, out of the way. Tias, welcome. Yeah, the pen clicks. There it is. Oh, it was British Airways, Freddie, and those blinds are pretty epic. There's a click spot here, so if it's super bright, often is around the Alps, you can pop the blinds out, you can do all of the blinds, you can do this, you know, whatever you prefer, you can set it all up, and obviously you can slide blinds around as well to help sort all that out, help give you the contrast if you wish. And then again on the outside, now we've got all those blinds out, guess what we can see? All of our blinds. It's the little things. Andy, no. Most airlines, if not all airlines now, don't use the actual physical electronic tablet that's built into the flight deck. They're pretty much redundant bits of kit now. Most of them will, you know, most airlines, if not all airlines, certainly British Airways and big operators like American Airlines and all that will use this, like they'll have their own tablet facility and their own software for performance calculations and things. So, you know, in fairness, why bother creating something that's realistically not actually used anymore? Yes, yeah, there we go. SAS Scandinavian, you've got your own iPad as well. Somebody was asking about the foot heaters earlier. You can turn them on to high and low as well, and the shoulder heaters as well if you want to. But it's not like we're going to physically feel that, so I'll just leave it off. Luke Airsoft's Christian and that, there were a couple of people running the countdown. Boom saying the attention to detail is excellent. Do any 777s have heads-up display, David says? I don't know. I've never come across any. Oh, by the way, how long do you reckon it will take for the LATAM R2-D2 or Star Wars type aeroplane to be released? It was the Vader one actually. Is it Darth Vader, I think, isn't it? I'm trying to think, was it Stormtrooper? Can't remember. How long do you reckon it'll take for the livery creators to get the LATAM Star Wars one done? Menu. PMDG aircraft displays. Let's have a little look. Door arming indication. As always, we've got all of the usual options. Stefan, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Flight tablets there. Auto LNAV on go around. LiveSat catch before lock is denied. We could change those. So, you know, British Airways would have that as an acceleration default of 1,000, really. So, but depends on the liveries. You can save stuff to liveries, and the wear and tear actually saves to the airframe. So if you fly 5 or 6 different liveries, one day after the next, each one will be wearing and tearing throughout anyway. AFDS, clock analog, no smoking. You can change that to, I think it's no electronic devices or something, and you can change your comm spacing if you wish. Wi-Fi SATCOM, you can pop that on as well. In fairness, actually, we should probably have that connected, because they do have them fitted in real life on the BA. Let's pop it on. Okay, 2KU, that'll do. We'll turn that as an option. We'll have a new thing in the overhead now, I think. SATCOM. There is a... where is it? I'm trying to find it now. Crew alertness monitor. There it is. So Mathis has mentioned this in the PMDG official forums before as well, actually, about a week or so ago, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. The crew alertness monitor is a function that's actually turned on, and it's pretty much a permanent thing in the 777. So if I turn that on now, every now and again, I can't remember the time frames of it. I'd have to look at the manual again. But every now and again there'll be a really annoying kind of chime or alertness kind of noise. And you can also set it to automatically uplink and update your alternate list if you wish. Yeah, no heads-up display. I think we just heard that chime actually. So that's the crew alertness monitor. We hear a random bong every 20 minutes. There we go. So countdown 20 minutes or 19 minutes and we'll listen out for that chime. Does the tilt and gain function on the weather radar work? It's on auto at the moment. I think I've fiddled with it too much. Yeah, it's on auto. Let's see. Weather plus turbulence. I wonder if I can turn it off auto. Yeah, there we go. It's off auto. I've gone 3 amp manual. I have to change it again. It goes 2 manual. And you can turn the gain up as well if you wish. So it's gone to VAR. Or you can pop it back on automatic. And it will then just choose whichever is most suited. There we go. So, tilt and gain. Done. Swim and climb. I've been very impressed looking at the what you call it, the Wing stuff. Wing 737 or Boeing MCP and stuff they're working on. Wing have really started to come into their own within our kind of community. Bearing in mind they've predominantly made DCS or military style products for DCS, and I've got some of them. You know, their HOTAS and their Orion throttle and stuff that I've got, very, very cool. But the stuff that Wing have created for civilian flight simulator products look insane, and the price point very affordable. And I don't think anyone else really compete with it, really. Dylan, welcome. How are you, mate? He's managed to resist the urge to spoil himself and watch a streamer flying the 777. He's failed now. Any negatives? I personally can't find any. This has been precisely what I've expected and really kind of hoping for. Very impressed. I've been loving it. And yeah, the real price will be released at the same time the aircraft add-on is released for people to purchase. So it will go from the real list price, if you wanted to buy a real 777, that's roughly how much it would cost at list, down to the actual price of the PMDG 777 on its release. It's not out in Europe yet, Yannick. It's going to be released at the same time for everybody. There's no kind of staged release or anything, because that would be unfair to folks in these states then, or in Australia. Chris Packett says the crew alert monitor for the P3D version is a lot more annoying than that. We are going to listen out for it, so if I miss it and I'm chatting away through it, do let me know. But it is known as a very annoying noise. But I've not heard it yet, but we have turned it on. Koisus, go fly it before the FAA turn up. Yudi, good evening. Oh, look at that. People are going to be slogging this all over the world. If you're in our virtual airline Osprey Airways as well, we've got loaded delivery flights set up on the schedule network. We've also got 777-300ER added to a variety of the scheduled routes across the network. Long haul, medium haul and short haul. So there's a good selection, good diverse option of stuff to go and fly this around the world. And we've set up 2 tours within Osprey Airways. So it's going to be, there's one that covers the some of the world's shortest 777 routes. Some of them are insanely long, like 54 nautical miles. And then we've got a round the world tour for the 777-300 as well. So we've got a whole selection of stuff to celebrate the launch of this. And that's on our virtual airline website. And if you want info, go to britishavgeek.com and you'll find the Osprey Airways page there. It will give you some information and the link to the virtual airline client that we use called New Sky. Dennis said he actually did see the aircraft in the flesh at Houston on Sunday. Got a beautiful shot of it in real life pics in the Discord too. Nice. It's an impressively big aeroplane, isn't it, when you see it? And they're equally as good to fly on in real life. Yeah, it'll be 20 minutes from whenever we fiddled around with that gain knob and actually the range knob that we've just moved. So yeah, it'll be 20 minutes from about now. We can see the weather radar picking up a bit of precipitation there. We're just over halfway. Polter, quick, welcome. Koisus, you have to. So the reason why it's set to 6 as a minimum rating to join the virtual airline is so that you can try New Sky first using their New Sky Academy, and you can fly it, use the software, you can experiment without causing any issues with the VA, with the scoring system, and then you can try and well, you can try stuff without really impacting anything else too much, or worrying about impacting anything else too much. And then once you're happy with the system, you can join the virtual airline having completed at least 1 flight on the New Sky Academy. And that's just so you can try the VA software first and give it a go. And that way you learn how to track the flights, start the flight, end the flight logging, understand the scoring system a bit more, and you can see your first flight report as well. Yeah, as Mike's saying, New Sky can catch you out because it is trying to simulate some of the real world operations and considerations within a virtual airline. So not turning your landing lights off after 10,000 feet will begin to incur you a penalty. Heavy landings, or a landing that's too soft, butter as everybody calls it, is actually not realistic in the real world. So your score might be affected by how you land. It's looking for a perfect landing within a bracket, which is really cool. Scary Boy, no, we don't know anything about price or expected time of release, but the forums on the PMDG website, Mathis has said anytime after 1500 Zulu, which is 4 PM UK time, and you can work that out based on wherever you are in the world that way. Google will tell you if you're not sure. Yeah, it's on the website ready, but it's currently priced at the genuine list price of a real 777-300ER, which is one of the things PMDG always does prior to a release. For a bit of beautiful cloud. Yeah, in a little bit of weather radar. Got a whole lot of traffic around us on the map there as well. I'm trying to think roughly what time it would be when that crew alertness chime goes off. That. Michael's asking for somebody to convert Zulu to Eastern time to work out what release it might be. Give me a second. I'll just position the camera and I'll Google it. 11 AM, Ryan says. There we go. Thanks, guys. Beat me to it. Ride Wings, welcome. Let's move in a bit closer and have a look at this. Ah, oh, look at that. Face reveal. It's got more hair than I have. Probes. That beacon light is so powerful. You can see the cabin as well. So good. Pilot Triss, it's drone camera, matey. I'm just going to get a screenshot there, because that's quite cool. Very nice. I'll whack that onto Balanta. Big thank you to everyone who's hit the like button so far. Appreciate all of the love. Great to see so many people excited. If you were to hazard a guess at how many aeroplanes they're going to sell when this releases, how many PMDG 777-300ERs do you think are going to be bought on day one, the first 24 hours? What would your guess be? Purely a guess, just for fun. I'm curious to find out. I reckon it's going to be at least 25,000. The rear tailplane vibrates as well, so you know when you've got that on the ground, you've got that engine bouncing around slightly. The tailplane does it at high power setting as well. Try and remind me later when we get to Athens and I'll try and show it as well. There's that SATCOM that we put on when we were toggling around earlier. We've now enabled the satellite stuff, you know, in-flight Wi-Fi. It's now added onto the model there, over the top of the belly. And it's also given us a broadband system switch. Depod Dolphin says, according to Google Trends, interest for PMDG is skyrocketing. I've never used Google Trends. What does Google Trends say about British Avgig, Depod? Imagine if the PMDG website is linked to that switch. If I click off after 10 minutes of release, it will maybe crash the PMDG website. I'll wait till somebody I don't like is trying to buy it, and then I'll turn the broadband off on the website by clicking that switch there. Hopefully this also really highlights why Captain Sim make horrible products, because of the difference between this, the quality, the detail, the system depth, everything, compared to something that Captain Sim have made. Yeah, I do wonder actually if that's maybe a price they might launch it at. It's not maybe a not bad shout. $77.73. Dylan, yeah, you can have a look at Flight Radar 24 if you want, but it's difficult to find delivery flights. You'd have to look at KPAE and work it all out. The P3D version, Christopher, is quite costly in comparison. Let me just find out. It was over 100, and it was around $150, wasn't it? Have a look. Shop prepared. So the 777-300ER for P3D is an expansion pack, which is $30, but you also need the base package, which is $140. So it's 140, 50, 60, $170 in total for the PMDG 777-300. But obviously that is totally different to the world of Microsoft Flight Simulator. So Oman, yes, we've got flights to Finland, and I think we've got one route to Estonia. Mike says Mathis mentioned he wanted $77.73, but apparently the marketplace doesn't allow that number, but their own website will. Yeah, you can't really compare the price of the P3D version to what the price point of Microsoft Flight Simulator is going to be, because the release structure and the plans and the costs, everything, it's all totally different. The amount of copies they're going to sell as well, the amount of add-on products they're going to sell to the Microsoft Flight Simulator community is a bit different, which will allow them to reduce the price point a bit. Reed says he hasn't been this excited for anything in a long time. I know, so those of you who don't know, I went away to Wales Wednesday morning last week for a little breakaway. My beloved German Shepherd Loki passed away a week prior to that, and it was meant to be his final holiday. But it didn't quite make it. What we ended up doing in discussion with PMDG, I was really hoping that I could try and get a copy of it before I went away. It didn't quite work out that way. These things happen. But literally the next morning I woke up in Wales and I had an email from PMDG going, "Hello Luke, here's your 777 ready for previews from Friday, and here's a load of tutorial files and manuals to read through." And I was like, oh, I couldn't believe it. It's terrible timing. So I spent the whole time in Wales enjoying the scenery and enjoying all the stuff, but also excited to get back and give you guys some content and dive into it and try it all out and all the rest of it. Yeah, we've gone through a bit of a sad time the last couple of weeks. He was well, the dogs are like family, aren't they? He's had a couple of health issues. We've spent crazy amounts of money, almost £30,000 on him, with hip replacements, elbow stuff, various scans and x-rays. We've really pushed ourselves financially to try and give him the best life, and he has had the best life. But unfortunately, cancer got in the way. But you know, it is what it is. He's been taken from us far too early, but we loved him from day one to the final day, from moment. B101 UK says 325 million divided by 6252024, which is the US date format for today, is $51.98. I love some of the theories. It's so good. Matthew says we certainly missed the woofs in the background on stream. Yeah, absolutely. Radicum, Symbolaza is one hell of a trashy, awful website. Actually, a fair few things have got some viruses on it as well. But it's also a website based in Russia. So if you support Russia and their invasion of Ukraine, sure, use that website. But also, just go and pay for stuff. Microsoft Flight Simulator add-ons aren't all that expensive in comparison to what they would have been years ago. And you know, the developers are putting in the time, effort, work, the sweat into creating these things for us to enjoy. They deserve to be paid. Like you would be if you went to work one day. You went to work one day and then they went, "No, we're not paying you. We've put your paycheck on a website." You'd be furious. You'd probably quit. Not far off the same principle. Look at where Symbolaza is hosted. But anyway, we won't bother talking about that anymore. Lone Gamer reckons £7.73. It would be great. Maybe a little bit too low. Christopher says, why not compare the prices between the P3D 737 and the Microsoft Flight Simulator 737? I've closed the website now. Have you got it off the top of your head what that was? Let me just bring the website up. Incorrect, Radicum. Otherwise the paint kit would be the same. And that just shows you general ignorance. How difficult this stuff is. The price potentially coming out in 10 minutes, David, along with the launch. But anyway, we'll ignore the troll. According to Flight Radar, there is one 777-200 taking off from Pei today, which is China Airlines. That'll be off to Taiwan. Probably direct, wouldn't it? Pretty cool. Luke Airsoft saying, why don't I fly X-Plane? There is a variety of aeroplanes for it, like you said. It just doesn't interest me. I love the visual kind of wonder of Microsoft Flight Simulator. It just can't get anywhere near close to it. Ooh, crikey. Top of descent's on the screen. We're getting close. Close to release and close to descent. Double whammy. Matthew's asking, is the Embraer models from Virtual Coal or FSS worth it? Virtual Coal? Absolutely not. That is awful. It is absolutely horrendous. One of the worst add-ons for Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Traffic.
There. Woo!
Descend. Descend.
Oh, we're getting TCAS and TARA. Who is that? What the heck? I don't even know what that is. It's a Rafale. It's a fighter escort. But they're showing us generic twin airliners. I'm going to hide them though, because it's causing...
Clear of conflict.
Clear of conflict, lovely. Well, that's given us a TARA kind of demonstration as well. Live. Snazzy. But I've hidden you guys, whoever that was. Appreciate it, giving us the opportunity to demonstrate that. Quite fun. But yeah, we've tested the TCAS system now as well. Yeah, TCAS. Completed it, mate. My goodness. Didn't expect that. I love these streams. Usually you just complete chaos. I almost went into like full Tom Cruise then. Speed brakes, maximum deployment, full aft stick, and do a cobra. We'd have got a terrible score on New Sky. So release now any time from 6 minutes, and I am monitoring the PMDG website for you guys. I will tell you when it goes live to save you all panicking and
traffic. Traffic.
Oh, I'm gonna get in so much trouble on VATSIM, guys. Please don't get me told off.
Traffic. Traffic.
It's done it again.
Descend. Descend.
There we go. It's given us TARA. I've actually, in real life, had this happen.
Clear of conflict.
Flying into Rio de Janeiro, for what it's worth. And the aircraft goes into this like flight simulator mode, and it tells you how to avoid the conflict. And I didn't know at the time, but I was sat at doors 3.
Traffic.
I know it's not going to actually do stuff, so I'm just going to come in. I can tell you the story. I was sat, it was on the 777-200, but I was sat at this door, in my crew seat, doing all my silent checks into descent. We've just done cabin secure, because we were expecting, we're flying into storms on descent into Rio de Janeiro. It was a night flight, quite late, dark, all dingy. I was sat right there, facing these passengers, and I could see out the window, and all of a sudden, the aircraft pitches up, it pitches back, and...
Climb crossing, climb. Climb, crossing, climb.
Oh, we're hearing loads of stuff. This is cool. All of a sudden, the aircraft pitched up, and I've never experienced the G90 power like it, but we went to like full.
Descend, descend now. Descend, descend now.
We went into full
of
toga climb, which was really intense. It turns out an aircraft departing Rio de Janeiro had taken off. They changed the runway because of the storm, and it was then working its way up to roughly where we're going to descend towards. So we were closing in on each other effectively, and the 777 went into that mode in real life, and the pilots had to disconnect the flight, the autopilot, and hand fly following the TARA, which then allowed us to avoid the crash. There you go, click, click. Yeah, it was awkward for me, Christopher, because I sat there thinking, this isn't just turbulence, it was rough anyway, and it was dark, and there were flashes of lightning outside and heavy rain, but I was properly in my head thinking this is not good. And I said to the pilot afterwards, there was one of the girls, sadly, she was sat there jump seating into Rio de Janeiro. She came out white as a sheet, as if she'd seen a ghost, and she was like, I can't do this anymore, and she quit after that trip because it freaked her out that much, even though the pilots handled it perfectly. But she realised that actually we were quite close to an incident, and you know, she freaked out and couldn't fly as crew again. It scared her royally. But I had to sit at that seat facing the passengers, pretending like it's all fine, super calm, going through the drill in my head. That was 11 or 12 years ago. Hello Mathis, welcome. Everybody in the chat, say hello to Mathis, Team PMDG. Yep, as he's saying there, just as a reminder, the 777 will be today, he said. Very exciting. But reminding us there that don't listen to the trolls, nobody said it would be at 1500Z. Like I said folks, if it goes live and it's released during the live stream today, I'm monitoring the website and various other little things. I will let you know. So don't stress too much. It's good to see lots of people excited though. Ace, you're asking a great question there. Look to my right. I have hidden you. Polterquit, because it was causing all manner of issues in my TCAS. Albeit it's a very good test for the TCAS. I have just changed it. I've hidden you just to kind of prevent that being a bit crazy. Let's change the music. Let's go lo-fi. There we go. Right, top of descent, not too far away. Let's go back to the data link. I'm going to go com. And we're going to get that snazzy flight information ATIS request from our data link system, I think. Jordan, Heathrow to Haneda. I love Japan. And that was on the 777. Matt is saying it will not be 15Z. There we go, folks. I should have put a sticky up at the start of the stream, really. Right, so to do this, we've done com, flight information, ATIS request, and we want Athens. So we're going to use the captain's scratch pad, LGAV, and then we're going to click to insert it, and then we're going to choose the source. So we're going to put VATSIM for now, and we're going to send it. And actually, because we're fiddling around with a lot of stuff, we're probably not going to get the crew alertness stuff go off today. But there's always time through the rest of the week for that. Dylan, yep. Yeah, all of that stuff there works really nicely. We just haven't had the right capability, the controllers on to allow that. Bing bong. There we go. So we get it displayed there. The initial message. So again, as a reminder, a lot of people, suddenly another 200 people have just tuned in. Great to see you. Massive thank you to all of the likes as well. We're over 300 likes. Love it. Appreciate it. But yeah, there you go. Information Charlie. And if we want to review the whole message, we can go to new messages and it's displayed there in full for us. Now, on the upper screen, that becomes really useless. Useful. It becomes really useful for those shorter messages that we might have been given by our air traffic controller. So it might have been a climb instruction or something like that. So you'll be able to see it nice and succinct there. It will just say climb flight level 190 or something like that. And then to reply back to the controller and say, yep, you'll do it, and it accepts, you can press accept if it is a memo or an instruction from ATC. You can accept it, or you can reject it if you're unable. Failing that, if it's a message like this, like ATIS, you can click cancel and it will clear it away. And then you can review your data links and things there as well. So flight info data links. Our previous ATIS requests are all listed there, stored in its memory for us. Right, top of descent is starting to close in, so let's have a little think about what we're going to be doing today. We'll go to the charts. We've still got a little bit of time. Guys, stop F5ing the website. It is going to be down if like most of the world is pressing F5 and trying to get onto the PMDG website. Just give them time. If you monitor something like the PMDG Facebook page or the official forums, they will announce when it's active and it's been released. They'll tell us, and then we can just go onto the website and click onto it and all that kind of stuff. So, Zorky 1 Quebec, as we said earlier on, going to head through there, targeting 8,000 feet, down to Aegina at or above 4,000 feet. And then from there we've got a 90-degree turn from Zorka for the initial approach to 03 left, might even be 03 right. But we're going to go outbound from Aegina, NDB 091 degrees to 12 miles. And then from there working in like so. Just grab that ATIS again. No results, it's fine. Docs has changed to 3 right. Yeah, they're using 3 right, aren't they, in Athens at the moment. So we'll just switch that across. 3 right. Quick little snap. And then Isla Sulu again, 3 right via Aegina. Basically the same. Oh, Doc, you're killing me. The confusion. Right, and we'll go back to 3 left. I'm not changing it again. We'll do 3 left. Poor Navigraph. Aaron, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Right, anyway, we'll establish, we've got to make sure that we've got various things like the ILS frequency, the 4-letter identifier in this case, and the inbound course all set up correctly, and that we've briefed for a missed approach as well, which will be on the further point here. So we can go to the Cat 2 ILS, and the missed approach is there. So establishing by 5 miles for the glide slope, but we'll be working for 12 miles realistically, long old final. Missed approach is quite long here at Athens as well. It's back over the coast, max 220 knots, and then routing all the way around to Kea's VOR to hold over Kea. Like so. Nice long runway though. 03 left.
Traffic. Descend.
Whoever's given me the fighter escort, it is really great. And it's nice that we're able to test the TCAS and watch its advisory and stuff. It's causing a lot of problems, and I don't want to stress the plane out.
Clear of conflict.
So please, we've seen it, we've enjoyed it. Go fly somewhere else. Right, anyway, where were we? It's very distracting. We're going to vacate probably Alpha 10 or Alpha 11, those high-speed exits there. And then in reality, we'll probably taxi down Alpha, cross Kilo, to then head back towards the terminal there to park. And we'll pick a heavy stand. I don't want to test the bank angle. So we're actually tracking this flight for real on my virtual airline client, which is here. So we're logging the flight for real, and we're going to get a score at the end to review how well we've flown the aeroplane, basically. That's so that's why we're not going to do any...
024, away, 32 Tango, going away, have a nice flight.
Crazy. Cheers, see ya. That was the intercept. So we need to put in our arrival now. So we're going to go departures, arrivals, and it supports a return arrival as well. So if we had any issues and had to return, we can just go into here and put an arrival for Heathrow back in. You know, if we're 30 minutes after departure, I think there's something not quite right, or we're testing ETOPS prior to going oceanic, I think, not quite happy with something in the aeroplane, we're getting a master caution for something, we don't want to go over the water, we can then divert back, we can activate the secondary, the alternate route system, we can go EGLL arrivals, select all that kind of stuff. But into Athens arrivals, 03 left, ILS Zulu 03 left, EGN for Aegina NDB, and then we want Zorki. So many arrivals. 1 Quebec, there it is. Execute. Let's move our top of descent a little bit there as well, because it's stretched out some additional legs. And we can just have a little look. So we've got a discontinuity there, which we do want to actually clear, because it's not vectors. We're going to go and connect the two, like so. We can have a look at plan mode, and zoom on in. And that's what it looks like. So LGAV is there, that bit that kinks off from the little circle in the middle, off to the kind of upper right, and then down, that's the missed approach. The Zorki, down to Aegina, there's that 90-degree turn that we spoke about, and then final approach like so. Now, it's on a video that's going live in about an hour or so, by the way, folks. But we can talk about it now, because it is pertinent. If there was a speed restriction during this approach, there isn't, but if there was, let's see. Okay, say for example, 8,000 wasn't there, but it said max 220 as a speed constraint, but without an altitude restriction, so it was a speed only restriction during the arrival, then you would need to go into the FMS and you would need to enter in the speed restriction, say for example AV503 220 slash soft altitude constraint. So if you were going to be like there, it says 8,000 at or above, you could do 220 slash 8,000A in order to tell the aeroplane that you want to achieve a speed only constraint of 220 knots, but also be at or above flight level 80 or 8,000 feet. That's the only way you can get the 777 to try and do a speed only restriction, and I've covered it in a video that's coming live very shortly, and all of this stuff is detailed all in their tutorials and stuff. They've got a beautiful e-learning platform that I think is releasing with this 777. Night PK, Christian, great to see you, thanks for subscribing. Maximilian, you too. Eunice, welcome, how are you? As exciting as it is, don't worry about release just yet, I will tell you, because everybody's getting so hyped. The website is down for me as well, but I'm monitoring it, just sitting in the background. I'm monitoring that plus their Facebook. I will tell you when it releases, as I'm sure a couple of our moderators might as well, actually, or somebody in the chat with a badge will let you know, or indeed Mathis Cock in the live chat. That's all looking pretty good, actually. On the NavRad page, we've got 110.5032. That's all correct. as we get closer, we will need to make sure that we've got the correct 4-letter code displayed there as well. We'll go back to plan mode briefly. There you go. There's a new forum update from Robert Randazzo as of a couple of hours ago. It's at 8 AM today-ish. It says, what day is it? It's 777 release day, update 1. Just a quick note to let you know that as of 0800 Zulu 25th of June 2024, we're still all systems go for launch of the PMDG 777-300 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. We have a busy morning this morning on a number of non-777 related meetings, and for this reason we anticipate the release taking place during the evening Zulu time. So work out what time lunch is around Vegas, add 2 hours, and then convert that into UTC. That's probably going to be a good guesstimate for when this goes release. Should any event occur that would cause a delay, we shall let you know here. We currently do not anticipate any delays, and we look forward to enjoying your company this afternoon as you prepare to pick up your 777 and fly off to your own home base. It is certainly such an exciting time for all of us. This is, I think, genuinely Flight Sim's biggest release to date. Robert then says, while I have your attention, this moment right now is the perfect time to pick up your copy of Drzecki Designs Everett, which includes the entire Boeing manufacturing campus on the airport, including the Boeing Delivery Center, which is used for the 777s. The team over at Drzecki are incredibly good people who are very good at what they do, and they are deserving of a bit of your attention in his opinion. I agree, which is why I've shared the link a few times as well. It's 40% off on Contrail at the moment, and it is stunning. It's an artistic masterpiece of scenery in Microsoft Flight Simulator, to be fair. And for delivery flights, perfect. But in this case, they've made some magnificent... I need to get more water, I'm so hot, I've run out. In this case, they've made some magnificent scenery of the birthplace of the 777 you're about to pick up, and it will add great fun to your new acquisition if you pick up a copy of the airport and launch from your normal home base from there, just like all of the real 777s do.
Hey, someone said 1500 Z.
Gary Relfan, thanks for the super chat, matey. Appreciate it. Nobody said it will release at 1500 Z. It's just going to be any time after 1500 Z. But that forum post I've just read out is from the PMDG forum, evening time Zulu. So 6, 7, 8 PM. What time is 2 o'clock Vegas time or 3 o'clock Vegas time? It's going to be around then, but in the UK. So you guys can just relax and enjoy the rest of today's stream. Watch a couple of my tutorial videos perhaps. Go back, watch my preview video. Watch the Autoland tutorial that I put live at 11:30 today, which was pretty snazzy. And get hyped. We've got just over 80 miles to go. I'm just going to run down and fill up my big pint glass of water because... what is it now? 30 degrees in this room. The RTX 4090 is blasting away like mad. The fan isn't doing anything to help me. Top of descent. I'm just going to make sure I've left everything where I want it with the jet before I run downstairs. I'll run to the galley and get some water and maybe a biscuit. I do love biscuit. DJ Icarus, welcome, thanks mate. Andy Ashell, I've got some beautiful Diffie gin from Wales. So when I went to Wales the other day, just before I do quickly run off, I spent 4 hours, 5 hours, sat on Cad West in the Mac Loop. Head over to my Instagram if you want to see a video of it. We had an epic time. Even the missus said it was insanely cool. We had 4 Hawks fly over all of a sudden together, racing each other in formation, which was epic. We had a couple of US Air Force turn up as well, and I think F-15s from memory. But yeah, Diffie Gin, got a bottle of them, and it's all from, it's called botanicals from around the Snowdonia region, around the Mac Loop. Really cool. So I'm looking forward to having that tonight. I've got some tonic water chilling away. to celebrate the release. I'll have a glass for PMDG. Right, let me go and grab a biscuit. Hopefully there's a jam cream sandwich thing, one of those Fox's biscuits. They're brilliant. And then fill up my water and I'll run back. I won't be more than a minute, folks. Rightio, back. I managed to find one Fox's Jam cream biscuit thingy. And then I found two Lindors, which are chocolate at 30 degrees, will melt very quickly, but they're pretty nice. Dragos and Alex, thanks for subscribing. Are the foot heaters clickable? Yes, so you can warm your toesies up. Pop your slippers on for the old long haul flight, if you so wish. Right, how long have we got for Zorky? Zorky's actually on the display now. What have we got here? So that's 12. That's about right, looking good. Let's just quickly review the VNAV descent forecast. That's all on there. And the transition level, yeah, we'll stick with 10,000. That looks pretty good. And currently the QNH was 1012, wasn't it? So I'm just going to set that there. Very little pressure change. What it's worth, by the way, if you want to do a conversion from standard pressure to the local QNH, 1 hectopascal is the equivalent of about 30 feet. So changing from now, flight level 390, to a QNH of 1012 from standard pressure, which is 1013, would be 30 foot lower. So it would be 38,970 feet. And we're going to put a fixed ring in as well. We want runway 03 left. And I'm going to put in a good old 4 mile and 8 mile fixed ring around the threshold of the runway, just to help. Vanquish 007, welcome. BORs are on there. That's all good. We can put a GINA as well, so Navrad 382, ADF right. and I'm going to activate ADF right on the flick switch on the MCP there, the fist panel, whatever it's called. Is there an Etihad livery included? I think off the top of my head there might have been, but I can't completely remember. I covered it in my preview video. Thessaloniki's over there, beautiful part of Greece. Ah, Taser, yeah. It's a nice easy way to remember it, if you're using hectopascals though. 1 hectopascal, approximately 30 feet. Rocco, they will fix the price of it when they release it later on. But it will remain 325 million until it's released. Right, top of descent, 40 miles, performance. Okay, so let's drag. So let's close that. We're going to go Boeing 777. Move the UFT across to the middle, and we want to go landing en route, import OFP 03 left, import the aircraft details, VREF +5, all opt for the reverser credit, and we'll go with flat 30, auto brake 2, import the weather, and there's our stop line. So, VREF of 140, there's our stop line there, which is roughly where we want it to be actually. Anti-ice config engine and wings auto, we're not going to envisage them being actually on, so that's fine, and we have no non-normal conditions. So we'll go for auto brake 2, which is there. 3 clicks to the 2 position, we'll descend on LNAV and VNAV. We want to have a look at our VNAV descent speed profile there, because we might be a bit quick, so that's something to consider as we get towards 10,000 feet. We're going to have to look at using speed brake to manage the energy of this aeroplane to help it decelerate. We're going to have to work with the aircraft to help bring that speed down, just the way the aeroplane is. Proof, yeah, one of my favourite places to fly around in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I love Greece, all the Greek islands, all the rest of it. And this livery isn't included in the operations centre. This is one that's been painted by Steve Drar, who's one of the PMDG beta testers. A really good guy, and he's been working hard. You might notice the blue is a little light, but I've sent him some reference pictures from a 777-300ER freshly painted that I took the other day at Heathrow, and he's going to just change the tone of it slightly, but it will be released on flightsim.to at some point soon. And on top of that, we'll obviously be able to enjoy an Osprey Airways livery as well. Don't let me forget, folks. We spoke about it during the flight. We've seen those arming levers in the arm position in the cabin, and the arming flags under the door. All of that sort of stuff. We'll have a look at that, and we're going to have a look at all of those status pages to see the simulation of the air packs, the electrics, the hydraulic, all of that on the status screen in a short while. Let's change the MCP altitude. 8,000 at or above, we'll set 8. We've actually got no ATC online. Crazy. Joe, hello. Yes, on flightsim.to, search 777 checklist, and you will find that I've done one for you there that you can download for free. But it's not designed to replace this. There's a checklist in here which is epic. which actually we're going to use now. So, top of descent's almost upon us. We've got everything done. We've checked all the data in the last couple of minutes. We're going to go recall check. No warnings, tick. We've checked our notes. Order brake 2 set. Landing data, VREF and minimums. Landing weight 204. Decimal 1.
The 777 has been released, but it costs $325 million.
135.
I appreciate what you do for the flight sim community with the guides, etc.
Clonky, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Yeah, it has not been released yet, though. Just before people go crazy, it will be released probably in another few hours from now. So you can basically relax for a little while. Right, that's done. VREF minimums is next because that's on the checklist. So charts. Cat 2 ILS Zulu runway 03 left. Down the bottom. Rad out 97. So we're going to flick the collar there to radio, and we're going to scroll down to get to 97. Oh, too far. So that's done, and the local QNH is now set.
I mean it has, but it costs $325 million. If you really want it, you can pay that time.
Landing data and VREF and minimums all set. Approach brief is complete. We did that a little earlier on. Good. And we'll have our approach checks done. We'll tick that already because we've already done that bit. And this section now for landing will automatically populate. We'll leave it on for now. We're now going into top of descent, VNAV path, thrust idle. Down we go. FMC message, drag required. It will sort itself out in just a second. Misha, yeah, you can round it to 100. That FMC message will go away in a second. We can clear it as well if we want to. Clear it off the FMC. And what do we want to be at? A GNA 4000. I'm actually going to set 4000 to get us a continuous thing on there. Real-time tech, just monitor, well, go to the PMDG website, pmdg.com, when it releases. Dylan, yeah, some add 50. So you might see like CDFA, which is where it's already added an additional 50 knots, 50 feet to the minimums to allow for what you call the missed approach. So you see there, drag required. Let's just help the aeroplane out a little bit. Let's put a little bit of speed brake in. Gives us a little audible warning there. If it's been out for a little while, that's okay as well. Sometimes it's just reminding us that it's extended. Or it might be that actually we've left it out for too long, forgotten about it, and the engines are now starting to add power to counter the drag and the deceleration from the speed brake. Yeah, JJ saying there, advanced time compression makes oceanic flights much more possible for a lot of people that might not have necessarily the time to do many hours. You can use auto cruise to do step climbs, we covered that earlier, and sim rates, you can accelerate that as well, as you said, so you can do London to New York in 2.5 hours or so if you want. We're not doing an auto land today. but have a look on my last video on the channel, Pilot Guy. We did an auto land in a pre-recorded video that went live a little earlier on. So we might not actually achieve Aegina at 4,000. But as long as we are, what are we? 2,000 feet by final approach there. 11 dear me. That's there, that's fine. 2,000, 3,000 feet, and that's 15 miles. As long as we get to 3,000 feet there, we're okay. Is the in-flight entertainment working? Sure is, buddy. But everybody's looking out the window now for this beautiful view into Athens. James, welcome mate. Thanks for subscribing. Aglos says my failed approach route passes over his house for real. 2 nautical miles at takeoff approach path passes makes across. Awesome. At some point today, the PMDG 777-300ER will release Trigo. They said in the evening Zulu time, so that could be any time from 1700Z to 2100Z. That's kind of evening into night, isn't it? It's going to be my first ever landing in the 777 live. I've done 5 landings now in it, offline, without anybody watching. There's no pressure. There's loads of pressure. Love it. You guys have been great so far today. I hope you've all enjoyed this live stream. 3.5 hours of excitement, all waiting for it to release. AVNXT, that was what I was like when I was in Wales over the last couple of days. Just been in the background thinking Wales is beautiful, but when I get home I've got the 777 sitting on an email waiting for me. I can't wait. Been waiting for this for a little while. VNAV's doing a good job, and I'm not too worried about it just slipping away a little bit, but if it does go into an acceleration too happily, this is a slippery aircraft in descent. It's quite happy to just start to accelerate, and we will engage speed brake a little bit just to manage a bit more. What you can do if you want is just pop it out a tiny little bit, just beyond the arms, and you're going to get some deceleration. Where's the wing view quickly? Like that. So you might have seen it in real life, where you just descend with a tiny little bit of speed brake like that. And you can set that, and it will help the aeroplane descend. Got to work with it, manage the energy. Otherwise you'll end up too high too fast at that later stage in your flight. Right, let's get rid of this snazzy jazz lift music. And pause the music to enjoy the rest of the sounds and the stuff in the sim. Robert, no, we're not going to see a replay. I've tried various replay tools, and it's not particularly happy. Well, the replay tools struggle to kind of work with it at the moment. Outer Marker, thank you, buddy. Appreciate the super chat with the tip.
Thank you for all your
Very
videos.
generous of you. And you're more than welcome. Glad you've enjoyed all the videos so far. Let's bring that range ring in. Yeah, 30th of June, folks. It's a release event from VATSIM, Dubai International to Payne Field. Wow, that's a long one. Chuffing neck, that's really long. That's one heck of a journey. So, what have we got? That's all good. Landing en route. You see how the aeroplane's just happy to slip away a little bit more. So I'm just going to pop those speed brakes out a tiny little bit. Yeah, we're on VATSIM at the moment. There she is. It's deep into descent. Vedezio, welcome. Kalispera, as they say in Greece. There, that's. Oh, Ancient Dino. You go over the Atlantic. So, over Zorki, Morphe, Kalispera. Flight sim, welcome mate. Surely momentous flight sim day indeed. We're going to pop the seatbelt signs on proper. That's now populated, we'll turn them all on in the cabin as well, look. There we are. So fasten your seatbelts. You can continue to drink your drinks. Unless they're in a glass cup, in which case I'll take them off you. Yes, hopefully this has been a good way to wait, buddy. Let's just quickly go outside again to watch that little bit of bounce on the wing. Look at that wing flex, folks. Properly stunning. Bouncing away those thermals and the lift and the way it's all interacting with the airflow over the wings. That strobe. Big bright flash. There's Athens underneath the engine actually. There she is. Looks great, doesn't it? And the pylons just jiggle around a little bit as well. There is an engine wobble, aviator. When we get on the ground, please remind me. It's a bit more apparent on the ground. Let's see. A little bit of engine wobble there. Those mighty GT90s. Christopher, I had to faff around with some of the camera config files. And there is the big sprawling city of Athens. Through 10,000 feet. Let's help it out. Let's get that speed brake out. Start to decelerate the jet through 10,000. Continue that descent. Aegina. So that's when we're going to call speed brake extended, disregard. We'll leave the caution on though, just so we're reminded. We're going to decelerate quickly towards 240. Just going to have a quick check of the legs. What have we got? Speeds, they look good. Yep, in it ref. IATL for the 4-letter code. That's on the primary flight display. That's look good. Lauren, welcome. Love it. Gonna have to get it. Absolutely. And we're going to put the speed brakes into the armed position now. Yeah, I think you've still got another couple of hours before it actually releases, folks. And what have we got here? Let's get the heading bug in line. And landing lights, runway turn off lights, taxi lights, overhead panel checked. Looking good. Park brake off, speed brakes armed. Speed brakes now already ticked as well on that checklist. It's dealing that for us. And a Gina coming up. We're going to set 3000 on the MCP now. Through transition, down to local pressure. Night Shepherd, good evening mate. I'm actually going to bring the speed brake out a little bit just to try and help the aeroplane. descend on profile nicely towards the end. So that checklist item is now unticked because we've disrupted the setting that it was on. Cabin ready. There's the crew telling us the cabin's secure. It just feels so immersive. I'm going to set minimum clean, thereabouts, vertical speed 18. Venizelos traffic, Speedbird 32 Tango Heavies, Boeing 777-300ER, QNH 1012, currently overhead Egina, inbound for the ILS Zulu, runway 03 left, will report turning final Athens traffic. Venizelos. So 1800 foot per minute, quite slippy for it. I'll set 2 on 5. Oh yes. Here we go. Look at that. .245 flap limit for flap 5. Let's set it now. Again, a little bit more speed brake, targeting 180.
Athens traffic GM3, Lima Golf on a 9-mile final, ILS Zulu 03 left.
9 miles, that's, he's fine, that's 2010. He's there. So we're number 2 to him. Put the terrain map on for a second.
People stop
JJ, thanks
buying
buddy.
the 737 thinking it's the 777. Lord have mercy lol, Terry's no refunds.
Is that what people are actually doing? That's brilliant. People are actually buying the 737 by accident. How do they get that confused? We go 1000 foot per minute. In fact, let's go, yeah, 800 foot per minute. That's quite nice. Let's do that. And we'll rearm the speed brake. Flap 5, auto brake 2, signs on, speed brake armed. What are we? 03. miles. Speed's just trickling off now nicely. And we want to intercept glide slope, or the ILS, sorry, at around flap 5 speed. In this case, that's just below 180 knots, but I'm setting 180 anyway. Terrain maps on as well for you guys. And a gentle turn in. Heading select approach mode. Locks armed, glide slopes armed. And 055 will do us. 180, flap 5 speed, just above. There's the airport. It does have CPDLC slim pan. Yeah, we've used it a couple of times today to get the ATIS. Alrighty, gear down. Flat 15. Venizelos traffic, Speedbird 32 Tango Heavies established, 12 miles ILS 03 left to land. You want a flap view, slap view? Look at that. Woo-wee. Have a flap extension. Oh boy. Okay, monitoring. Gear down. Green. Flap's currently 25. We're landing flap 30. Almost, well, there's almost 777 people watching. This epic. Smash the like button, folks. We'll aim for a good, smooth, accurate landing. About 200 to 300 foot per minute, approximately. See how we go. What do we got? Let's go 160. What a view. Glide slopes alive. Aircraft pitches down. Let's land this big bird, shall we? Get her on the ground. A PMDG 777-300. What an absolute beaut. Full flap.
Athens traffic GN3, Lima Golf, stay headed 03 left.
It's so good. I love it. I'm going to be pretty much permanently in this, I think. What have we got? 135. I'm going to hand fly this last little bit as well from 1,000 feet like usual. Checklist screen. Jolly good. Get a settling, 135. Land 3 is active, but we're not going to use it. Matthew, no, that's fixed. Aircraft's going to settle into about 5 degrees nose up pitch now. So settle into about there. Oh, look at that. Got a bit of wing kicking around. So, my throttles. Where's the old disconnect button? Have I got that threaded? No. There we go. We'll just click the button manually. So, auto throttle disconnect. And let's go. Manual flight, autopilot off, my controls. Venizelos traffic, Speedbird 32 Tango, short final, 3 miles, ILS 03 right, left. Faffing around with the trim there, messing about. Too busy looking down at my Venizelos. I think I've pronounced that wrong. Clear the master caution in case we get a new warning appear. Then a little bit about
500.
It's so, it feels heavy, but it's so stable. Bit better.
100.
Continue. Looking ahead.
30, 20, 10.
Athens traffic, Seabird 56 Hotel on the heading
Touchdown.
of 147.
Letting the nose wheel gently come down.
03 right.
And decel. Manual brakes. Pop that back out. 109 foot per minute. What are you saying? Right at the touchdown zone. Sweet. Really happy with that. Now we'll just gently vacate. No more than 50 knots. Just going to get the brakes on just to vacate off below 50. Got to work out where we are now. Oh my goodness. We'll vacate left onto this taxiway. Is Doc still here? I need a stand to try and target. We'll find one. Venizelos traffic, Speedbird 32 Tango, heavies vacated 03 left.
What if the 380 drops to day 2? What plane you flying first, chat?
Get that off, back to 0. Callum, yeah, hold your horses, buddy. It's not released yet. JJ, thank you for the suit, the tip, buddy. Appreciate it. Alright, so landing lights, runway turn off, strobes. Stand Alpha 05, Doc says. So I'm going to get GSX fired up. Alpha 5.
Evening traffic,
Should you follow me?
Hotel,
Don't know where it's going to tell us to go.
Right.
Quite far for it to come. We'll find out. So notice there, something I did differently is I actually kept the auto thrust protection on. So those two flick switches, leave them on, but you want to turn the auto throttle off by pressing those two little buttons either side of the throttle. If that's any help.
Athens traffic, this is Olympic 8 Kilo Mike. Behind the
let's
Speedbird on a
pop that
10
up
mile
here.
final separation shouldn't be a problem in an ATR 72.
Roughly see where we're going. Help with nav. I actually don't know where Alpha 05. Oh, there it is, right in the front of the main terminal, lovely. So we're going to go Alpha, Kilo, Venizelos traffic, Speedbird 32 Tango's taxi to the stand Alpha 05 via Alpha, Bravo, Kilo, Charlie and Echo. Ah, Kimi Räikkönen went the wrong way.
32 Tango, please imagine simulated water cannons in the end of the bridge on the Kilo. Finally we have a 777 on MSFS.
I'll look out for it, thank you. Spray away.
You're very welcome.
You guys are great. Transponder.
Traffic
Oh.
Emirates 1212, position start, gate. Alpha.
You know what, I'm so happy that my first live flight was into the wonderful Athens.
Traffic, Speedbird 56 for heavy on 3 mile final runway 03 right.
Look at that. So this is GSX, hopefully going to guide us in correctly. Just going to come to a stop here. And follow me is active. So you get to see us in to stand to celebrate release day for the 777. With a follow me. Does it have a camera in the tail or nose? Well, this aeroplane, no, it doesn't. Not in here anyway. If you go insert end,
traffic, Osprey,
A?
526.
These are all of the kind of included views.
526 heavy, landing runway 00.
There is one there. So if you want one of those as an option, you can use it, but it's a sim limitation, which means that it can't put the actual thing into the aircraft. That's like the drone camera. Then you press end, and then you press A. If that's any help. And again, we'll extend over the centre line. See if I can do this a bit more clearly for you guys. And we're turning for the main wheels. Because otherwise, you cut the corner. See what's happening there? It's a long old aeroplane. You've got to give it space. Usually it means that the cockpit is on the edge of the taxiway line. There we go. Parallel floor 2 is great. Christopher's saying, can we get a GSX deboard as well? I haven't tried a deboarding with GSX actually. Does it work?
Okay, this thing
Has anyone
is
tried it?
absolutely gorgeous.
Thanks. Look at that. We've got another 777-300 as well coming in to celebrate. Whoop whoop. DCAS off. Let's clear the traffic mode. And let's pop the flight directors off. Engine wobble.
And traffic.
See that?
Speedbird 526 heavy, KLF on the way
bounce,
to
even the wings. The wings actually bounce like they do in real life. Really good. Robert, this is Flight Tampers Athens.
2 miles out, runway 03 right.
Bear with me, matey. I'll get you a link for it. In fact, hold on. So we're going over the bump, I think. Over the bridge. Might get a bit of engine wiggle. So I'm not looking and I'll go over the edge. Please, God, don't.
Hey, can the ATR 42 get some water cannons as well?
Absolutely.
I'll get the potable water guy to turn up for you.
Right on.
Oh, Kimi Räikkönen's found the old right pedal again. Look, off he goes. I love Athens. This is spectacular as an airport anyway. If I go to here, watch this. Look at that. It's an amazing scenery, folks. If you haven't got this, anything Fly Tampa is bang on the money. It's really good. There's our little moving map. Probably put that there now.
Super, turning left.
And we're going to let the nose wheel come all the way across, almost towards the edge of the taxiway there. And then we rotate the tinner all the way to bring her back. And keep those wheels smack bang in the middle as best as we can. Oh, by the way, while we're here in this view, remember what I said earlier, the tailplane vibrates. See that little wiggle? Ooh-wee. That's his happy dance. We're getting that warning for config flaps there. To clear it, because it thought we were putting in takeoff for us, but we're not. Clever plane. Johnny, welcome! There's a beautiful little Olympic ATR. Look at that. That's great fun to fly as well, to be fair. Will I watch Zato land?
Athens traffic.
Oh, APU one. Let's get that on.
Mike is clear of runway 03 right, and my God, those are beautiful.
Coming to a sim near you.
They are huge.
So air. Let's keep an eye on these screens down there. APU, see that now? The APU's now coming alive. Start. Just got to keep an eye where I'm going here as well. So all that's happening in the background in the simulation. The APU's not yet ready and on, so we haven't quite got all the other bits sorted out. Saeed, welcome. Almost there. Off goes Kimi again. So the APU should be pretty much ready now. And there you go, APU Gen is now online, look. We haven't quite asked it yet to start commanding the power. What we can do though is go to ground operations, door management, and we can disarm the doors. Just before we do that, let me just slow right down a second. Oh, that's my other view. We want to be inside. Remember that? We said it earlier on. Doors armed. Flag down there. Put my old cabin crew head on. Hey, we've actually got the water trucks turn up. They're water ferries. Hello.
Traffic Emirates 1212, lining up runway 03 right. Yeah, that's the one.
So now if we disarm all the doors, like so. Just go back very quickly. I'm conscious we're on the network. I don't want to sit on the ground static for too long. It is automatic, yes, but I just want to demonstrate it and actually show you while we can. So that's now disarmed, flags disappeared. It's just a point, Christopher, that's all. But yeah, they're automatic. But you can control it manually if you wish. Okay, it's just GSX with the ground vehicles trotting around doing their thing. Put the transponder properly off now, standby, that'll do. Okay, taxi lights off. And look at that wing difference now. Bearing in mind, we're in flight. This view, the wingtip was right in the middle of our screens, wasn't it? There's Alpha 05. Going to bring the nose wheel over the line before the turn. Bring the speed right down. And then about now, turn. How long this thing is. And then rolling that tiller back to the neutral position. You have to tear me out of this thing, I tell you. Beyonce's Scathios landing challenge next. That. I haven't tried GSX with it properly. Like the actual disembarkation, but we'll give it a go. We'll see what happens. But obviously, we're asking GSX as a third-party product, which doesn't support this yet to work without a patch. So we're probably asking a bit too much of it. If it doesn't work, that's going to be an issue for GSX, not this 777. One thing, there's a bit of a pre-note there. Dylan, yeah. You can use doors 2 and 1. Oh, that's a big girl. 10 metres. Chuffing heck. Whoever parked that tug there's bold. Right alongside the tyre.
Sentinel 429 Super.
There's no way.
On I-1103 left. We'll call final.
Right to the end. How's that looking? Yeah, actually pretty good. We're right to the tip of the taxiway there. Little GNA 320 next to it as well, good. Okay, so chocks on. What should we have a little look at here? So there's the hydraulics. Doors are now disarmed. Look, they're in doors manual and cross check. Otherwise they'll be armed, so that's what the M stands for. We'll go back to the electrics page for now. What have we got? Air. Let's go to air because that's a bit more of a visual indication. So that's all good, that's all set. And quite simply, pop fuel control levers off. And now you see the feed for the APU has taken over the power for the air conditioning system. And if we go to electrics, the APU's now got the electrical power as well, which is pretty swish. Have we tried the ram air turbine? Pringle's saying no, but it is closed guarded. We're not going to use that today. Beacon lights off. We can go to the universal flight tablet. Ground operations. Set chocks. Ground power request. So primary and secondary external power are now available. We put primary on, and you can see now that's sharing the power. How cool is that?
Athens traffic, Antonov 429er Super, flybow final.
That's good, that's all set.
Runway 03 left.
Well, let's just see what happens with GSX. But first, we're going to go on to New Sky. I'm going to see what score we got for our touchdown. Close the log. Oh, a whopper of a profit there, look at that. 10 out of 10. I got a 9 yesterday. So I'm actually really happy with that. Seatbelt sign's still on. Good shout. Because the jetty's not ready. Okay, let's do GSX.
Athens traffic, KGN 950 pushing.
Requested boarding.
Stand Bravo 09 onto Echo.
See what happens. Should go for doors 2. I've never tried this. Bam! No way. Gone straight to those as well. So we should, where is it? That one. Ground ops.
Traffic going around, probably 03 right.
Entry 2 left open. And we want to do other doors, cargo aft, forward. There we go. Look at that. Which runway was Zato landing on? Oh my goodness. We've got a flyby. Ah, look at that. GSX is working without any patch. That's epic. Oh, there's Zato.
Sentinel 429er Super, short final 03 left.
He's an Antonov 225, obviously.
Athens traffic, Butter 128 steer me, runway 03 right. Athens traffic.
Oh, where are we all flying with this when it releases, folks? In the live chat, I'm curious to hear where all of you guys are going to be taking the jets. Are you going to be doing delivery flights from Everett to your base, wherever you live? Are you going to be jumping into your favourite real-world route? What's it going to be? This is my first live flight for you guys, so that is Heathrow to Athens. We've still got to work out what to do over the next couple of days as well, for what it's worth. I haven't quite figured that out. I'm going to be doing Japan.
Athens traffic,
Going to do San Francisco with a new flight beam San Francisco scenery, which is really nice. And I'm going to do Auckland to Sydney with Air New Zealand livery as well, I think. Bam, that would be his big old Antonov down.
Athens traffic, Butter 126 Sydney for runway 0.
I see, this is now where it can't quite work out where it wants to be, because GSX doesn't know precisely where the stuff needs to be. So, but it finds the doors, and the jetty connects really nicely. And after that as well, can't really see it. But the brakes are obviously simulated, they're going to be wearing away and stuff. And with a little bit of wind, the engine's just sitting there, ticking over, spinning away. Cool, right? So as always, monitor the PMDG website, monitor the forums, their official Facebook page as well. They'll tell you when it's released. It's not out yet. I think there's another couple of hours left to wait naturally. I've got to figure out what to do tomorrow. It was going to be a flight out of Manchester because Carlito's going to fly one of our Osprey Airways 777s from Everett on a delivery flight overnight to land at the same time our stream would go live tomorrow at Manchester, and that's to deliver it to the paint shop. But this is now not far away, folks, so I hope you're all really excited for it. It's an absolute beauty. Look at that. Big thank you to all of you, wherever you are in the world, tuning in, supporting us, taking part in the live chat, all of our new subscribers, JJ, Outer Marker, Clonky, Carrie as well. Who else have we got? It's been a busy one, hasn't it? There was more, wasn't there? And Hypoxia, big thank you for your super chats and your tips throughout today's live stream as well. Join us tomorrow, similar time. Haven't quite decided what we're going to be doing yet, but it's probably going to be out of Manchester somewhere, perhaps Istanbul or something snazzy like that. But in the meantime, as always, enjoy the PMDG 777-300ER when it releases over the next few hours. Heathrow to Athens is a beautiful one if you do want to kind of give it a go. Let me just change the time so you can see how stunning this is again to end. Look at that. And I look forward to seeing all of the 777-300ERs littering the VATSIM network and the flight sim world over the next few days. But in the meantime, as always, big thank you to all of you for joining us today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Thanks for watching.
No, to the cargo X, Butter 12 has vacated during 3 right.
Many thanks. Charlie, sorry, Delta 5, Delta, and Delta 2. Signing out, CO.